Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So irritating. So irritating. Come on now. Come on. Stupid thing. Haven't you caused me enough problems today? Haven't you caused me enough problems today? Piece of crap. Unreal. Unreal. Let me just update all my stupid social media crap so everyone will know that I'm actually online. Four viewers, but no one's saying nothing because everyone's mad because I'm running late because my computer sucks. I know somewhere out there in northern Texas, Rob is laughing at me right now. I just know it. I just know it. Unreal. Oh, come on, you stupid. Nothing's working right tonight. Nothing. Now my phone's going to cause me problems too. Screw you, phone. There. Good God. So Valentine's Day is a holiday you don't count. No, I don't count it. Valentine's Day was invented to sell roses and greeting cards. Screw Valentine's. Oh, and chocolate. Don't forget chocolate. Hi, Blaze. Do you know a guy named RTU? You're talking about Review Tech USA. Yes, I know Review Tech USA. Vaguely. I'm not, super aware of him, but I mean, we get along. Let's put it that way. I've been on his show once. Would have been twice, but he screwed up and didn't record the audio. So he interviewed me, and then he was like, well, shoot, didn't capture the audio. Oh, well, didn't want to redo it. But eventually, I was on his show as part of a live stream with Black Bond, General MLD, and Solid Ref. Anyway, sorry I'm late. It's Saturday. It's 6:20 p.m. February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2026, and this is the 7th Cast. As always, I am your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. 8th is up having a wank or whatever it is he does up there. So, why am I late? Well, I came downstairs from hanging out upstairs to get ready for the show. I turn my computer on. I load up OBS. Camera's not there. It's trying to default to the Elgato. I think, what's up with that? I try to create a new interface device, video device in OBS. Still won't detect it. Won't detect it. So I go into Device Manager, and for some reason, my computer is telling me that my webcam is a bad device. couldn't load the USB controller for it. Blah blah blah. So I had to get under the. I have so many USB devices that I don't have enough USB ports on the PC for everything. So I have a USB hub down there. I had to unplug it and plug it into a different port on the hub, and then it detected it. So I don't know if I've got a bad port on there now, or if it's just that I've got more devices plugged into this thing than the USB controller can handle. But I mean, before all of this, I tried unplugging everything that was plugged into the front USB ports, like a couple of USB hard drives I had plugged in. Had no effect. But anyway, I finally, once I got that working again, got the webcam set up, then all of a sudden my microphone disappears from OBS. But it didn't lose its device driver. It was still there. It's just the source had been disappeared from my OBS, so I had to recreate the source, and that's why I'm 20 minutes late. I'm really pissed off. Continue with conversation. I have no topics other than Microsoft sucks and Windows sucks. And God help me, that's my whole career, is dealing with... Oh, God. Oh. I'm a financial systems analyst, but everything that I analyze runs through Windows. Kill me now. Seventh, did you hear the great news? The real God of War is coming to PlayStation. Metal Gear Solid is free from the Cell architecture. Well, don't be too excited, QB, because they're saying that it's a remake of God of War 1 through 3. And they're not saying what kind of gameplay style it's going to be. So if it ends up being the first 3 games redone in the Ragnarok engine that they're using, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised, just be disappointed. Hey, AKL Max, you got Peacock finally. Maybe you should put some cream on it. Finally see. Oh, you meant the streaming service. Sorry. Never mind. Sorry. What did you rate the recent state of play? It was quite good. I'm not letting myself get my hopes up in regards to that God of War trilogy remake, because I'm a fan of the old school gameplay more than the newer modern games, and that's what I'm afraid they're going to do. So until I see actual gameplay of it, I refuse to get excited about that one. I also have no interest in Kena 2 because I haven't even played Kena 1. I own it, but I haven't even played it. My interest in the new Castlevania is going to depend entirely upon whether it's set levels or it's generated levels like Dead Cells, because that Castlevania is being made by the developers of Dead Cells. So, if it's randomly generated levels, I'm not going to be interested in it. I want a traditional Metroidvania. I was going to wait on the God of War game that dropped, but then my tax return magically appeared, and so I went ahead and got it. And I played it for a couple of hours last night. As far as Metroidvanias go, it's pretty good. It does have a lot of, dodging and parrying and stuff that you'd see more in a Soulsvania than a traditional Metroidvania, but so far I'm enjoying it. It's fun enough. The controls are tight. They're real tight. Of course, I don't know the studio, the Red Cat or Mad Cat or whoever it was that created it, because it wasn't Sony Santa Monica. They're listed as one of the developers of it, but I feel they were just helping with the storyline and recording the audio and all that, and everything else was done by whoever this Mad Cat or whatever it's called studio is. But it's good. It's good. Is it worth $30? I don't know for a digital. $30 would probably be good for a physical copy of it, but I don't know about paying $30 for a digital game. I've never been a big fan of that, but hey, tax return, I was willing to take the leap. because this is the first time in years where I haven't owed. Usually I owe $1 to $2 grand, but I didn't owe any this time. I actually got a return, so that was nice. That was nice. So one thing that's going to happen is I'm holding off to see how big my budget or my bonus is going to be, and my raise, my annual pay increase. I'm waiting to see how big my bonus is going to be, and if it's at least the same size as it was last year, I'm going to be getting a Switch 2, and possibly myself a Switch 2, so I could capture Switch 2 footage. Not that there's anything really all that great out for it so far. Finally going to get to upgrade my TV, because that one is 9 years old. That's the 70-inch that I bought to replace the one the moving company damaged when I moved to Texas 9 years ago. 9-year-old TV. So I'm looking to replace it. It's amazing that it still works, though. It's a Vizio. And it's amazing that it still works at all. But, yeah. And I'm going to get a speaker system, because I've already got a receiver. I've got a receiver that's, surround sound and all that wonderful stuff. And I've already got it, and I've already got a subwoofer for it. But I need to buy a speaker system, so I'm going to be buying a new TV speaker system. If things are good, I might actually get my jukebox that I've been talking about all this time and never have bought. We'll see. We'll see. Because if I can get the jukebox, then the game room will be finally complete. I'm not talking about collection-wise, because I'll always find more figures I want. I'll always find more games and movies I want. But as far as the way I wanted my room done, and once I get the new TV, once I get the speakers, once I get the jukebox, game room is complete. Won't need anything else in here except adding more games, which is going to be hard, because look back there. See back there? Yeah, 8th brought a whole bunch of stuff. As I told you all 2 weeks ago, he brought a whole bunch of stuff from upstairs to downstairs to make more room for him. So all he kept up there were games that he personally cares about and the handheld stuff, because that's the stuff he collects. So I'm now officially out of room on my PS5 shelf. I'm out of room on my PS4 shelf, which my PS4 is now bleeding into my PS3 shelf. Pretty much all I've got room left for is some of my 4K Blu-ray, and that's about it. And the bottom shelf. The bottom shelf is all that's left. And then on my other shelves over there, all that's left is room. All that I have room for is maybe 150 NES cards, and then those are going to be full. So what that means is I'm going to have to start putting shelves in other parts of the house. Buying this bigger house was supposed to give us all sorts of additional room for storing games and whatnot, but it hasn't. It hasn't. But of course, we didn't have that. Well, we had an arcade cabinet, but we didn't have one that big, and the other one is still out in the garage and needs to be fixed. Yeah, so I guess once I run out of room, bye guest room. I guess bye guest room. I'll have to turn it into like a little mini museum or something. Because on top of that, I'm also out of room for statues and stuff along the tops of the shelves. I've run out of room for that too. I mean, I've already drilled shelves into the ceiling or the wall up here that runs all the way down that holds all of the boxes and stuff. And I don't want to store anything out in the garage, because the garage isn't climate controlled. So anything that I put out in the garage would eventually get either heat or cold damage. So I can't store nothing in the garage. I just don't know what to do. 2,300 square foot house, and I'm already out of room 2 years in. Unreal. Anyway, let me catch up with the chat. Sounds like Classic Rich. Hi, Black Cadillac. Join us on the Linux side. Hey, if I could, I would. I think it'll be a similar remake to the Crash. Well, we'll see. It depends on, because as far as I know, the studio that's doing it is Blue Point, And just think about the stuff that people complained about with the Demon Souls remake. Sony is stupid, but they're not redacted. Do you know how many people Sony would piss off if they kept the Data Boy game? Well, don't be surprised, though. It's Blue Point. It's Blue Point doing it. OG 7th never changed. I love that. I got older and I got fatter. So don't say I didn't change. I changed. I didn't change who I was. I just changed how I look, which is older and fatter. I'm 51 years old now. Do you think Konami is finally a good company for gaming, or are they going to be corrupted with slot machines again? Well, they still make a lot of their money off of that stuff. Unless they start coming out with new IP. Because, I mean, they don't even have really internal development aside from the folks that are handling some of their Metal Gear stuff. Mostly nowadays, they just license their IP out to other developers. So it's like Konami in name only. So I really wouldn't get your hopes up unless they do a full-on Capcom revival, like Capcom did back starting with Street Fighter 4 and Resident Evil 7. Unless you have something like that, wouldn't get your hopes up. Have you watched Yellowstone? Never been a big fan of it. I would like to see Mario 1 through Super Mario World and Castlevania 1 through 4 remastered with the Unreal Engine. LG isn't good these days. I don't know. I have several friends that have bought the more recent LG models. 8th has one of the more recent LG models upstairs, and that TV is awesome. I go up there and watch his. I mean, it's only a 50-inch screen because that's the only size he wanted. I would have gotten him a bigger one if he asked for it, but he didn't want a bigger one. But the picture on it is amazing. It's a 4K OLED, fantastic picture. Anyway, we need more westerns. Hopefully, Kevin Costner's Horizon 2 comes out. Did he even have the money to film it? Last time I heard, he was having trouble coming up with the money to finish all that. The John Wick game is going to be sick. We'll see. The John Wick game is being made by the people that did Space Marine 2. So we'll see. Hold on till Black Friday so you can get an OLED at half the price. Once you go perfect black, you won't go back. This TV is almost 10 years old. I have my doubts that it'll even last to Black Friday. We'll see. I might wait until the Memorial Day sale and see what's happening there. We'll see. When I get my bonus, me and 8th are just going to put in a little expedition over to Best Buy and just see what they got and what they're selling it for. I've been playing Death Stranding for 3 weeks now, and it's a good game. That's weird, being that it's a Hideo Kojima game. That makes sense. Have you played it? I've watched 8th play it. Not my kind of game. It's not my kind of game. I hate Windows 11. You and me both. Hey, 7th, did you or 8th watch Iron Lung? 8th had already seen it once, but asked me if I would go see it again because he wanted to know my opinion of it. So he took me to see it a couple of weeks ago. It's a movie. It's not a bad movie, I've seen other movies that, take place in one room before, It's certainly possible. And Markiplier, his performance was just fine. It certainly does the video game justice. Certainly does the game justice. My biggest issue with it, really, above anything else, wasn't the budget, wasn't the script. It was the audio. Because there were, he has these conversations with Karen. Wait a minute. Oh, Magic Powers. He has conversations with people that are on the radio. And the radio, I don't know if it was maybe the audio in the theater we were in, but the radio audio, for me, was very hard to discern what was being said. And then you had scenes where you had two different people talking over each other at the same time. One on the radio and one in his head. and you couldn't discern one from the other. So it just sounded like noise because it's two people talking at the same time. I hate that crap. So I had some issues with the audio. Everything else, I was very impressed with it. But the audio was really getting on my nerves. Anyway, it is what it is. And I'm not the only one that felt that way either. Earlier today, I watched, and I know not exactly the authority you want to take on such things, but I watched Doug Walker's review of it, and he had the exact same issue with it. That some of the audio coming from the radio and whatnot, you couldn't understand what they were saying. So I'm going to rewatch it once it hits digital, so I can watch it with the subtitles on. I already knew what was going on because I was familiar with the game. But would you agree that Konami deserves a comeback game studio recognition for going on 8 here? No, I wouldn't, because they're not making any of this crap. They're just selling their IP out to third-party developers. This new Castlevania is being made by the Dead Cells team. The remake of Metal Gear Solid 3, that wasn't in-house. None of this stuff is in-house. They're just doing what Capcom tried to do during the PS3 generation. Remember all those crappy Western-style reboots that Capcom put out that wasn't made by them at all? That's what Konami's doing. So no, they don't deserve shit. You can always put the portable games in the bathroom. A nice shelf in front of the toilet is good for gaming on the nah. Like I said, the guest room is just going to have to go. On top of that, the guest room has a walk-in closet. And, honestly, I don't keep anything but my T-shirts in there, because the rest of my clothes, once I clean them, I just stack them up in the laundry room, and I go and get what I need out of the laundry room. So, I don't know why, but I'm seeing all these little flashing white pixels every so often. That's got to be another bug of what happened earlier today. See, this is what I'm talking about. This irritating. And plus, I've never been satisfied with this webcam. This webcam is the Logitech Brio, okay? It's supposed to be 4K. Look how grainy everything looks. And look at all the ghosting going on with this camera. This camera sucks. Maybe that's another thing I'll have to do with my bonus, is get a massive upgrade on what I'm using as a camera for the 7thCast, because this thing's been a disappointment since the day I bought it. I ain't buying a Logitech camera ever again. It's hard not to be on the list. If Red Dead Redemption becomes a show, would you rather have Costner or Jeffrey Dean Morgan to play as Dutch? Costner's too old. Jeffrey Dean Morgan would be interesting, though. That's a good choice, actually. If he could, as long as he doesn't have a problem with the accent, If he doesn't, the accent don't sound too fake. Let me see. I like your old house where you had those horizontal beams to put the collector's edition on. Well, I didn't actually own that house. I rented it. And I've effectively got the same thing if you watch my game room tour, but instead of having an archway, I've just got these shelves that run the length of this room up here. And that's where all of them are now. And in fact, thanks to this and what 8th did with it, I actually am able to show off more of the collector's boxes than I did in the old house. This house is almost 1,000 square feet bigger than that house was. It's just you don't see a lot of it because all you're seeing is my game room, where most of the house is either the guest room in the back, which is the master bedroom, or the upstairs, which is 8th's house. I mean, if you've seen the game room tour, you know what I'm talking about. He's got he's got 3 bedrooms and a loft up there. So he's practically got a whole house up there, with the exception that he doesn't have a kitchen. But he does have his own microwave and fridge up there. So even though he don't have a stove and all that, he can effectively eat what he wants up there. He wouldn't have to come down here other than to take groceries up there. So yeah, this is technically the biggest house that we've ever lived in. It's, as far compared to what I grew up in, it's a McMansion. Because what I grew up in was a split level home that, including the basement, was 1,700 square feet, including the basement. It was a 3-bedroom house with 1.5 bath. It had one full bathroom and then a half bath that was just a sink and a toilet in the master bedroom. So my parents were in the master bedroom in the very back. I was across the hall from the one bathroom in a tiny little bedroom, and then my grandmother was in the 3rd bedroom on the front corner next to mine. And her bedroom was slightly bigger than mine. And it had a living room and a kitchen, and then you walked down one flight of stairs, and that was the front door. Then you turned around and went down another flight of stairs, and that took you into the basement. Typical 70s era homes. You see, white trash, middle class. You see that type of home all over Tennessee. They were all built in the 70s. You see them here in Texas, all built in the 70s. And, much smaller than this one. Much smaller. This one, well, not much smaller. This house is like 600 square feet bigger than that house was. 600 square feet. This one has 2.5 baths, 4 bedrooms, and 2 living rooms. Doesn't have a basement though. Anyway, older and fatter agreed. Yeah, absolutely. Not to mention that Castlevania is finally getting a new game. So I already covered it. I'm looking forward to Star Wars Galactic Racer. I'm not. To me, it just looks like Wipeout with a Star Wars mod. No longer needing... I don't want a smart TV. I just want a 4K OLED with, super blacks. That's all I want. For OLED, LG is good, but their software WebOS is crap unless you keep it simple. It's not a bad TV. Well, I don't intend to use apps at all. I run all my apps through the PlayStation or the Xbox. I don't run any apps on a TV. I don't trust them. Don't trust them. So I do all of it in the console. That's why, I've got a PS5. 8's got a PS5 Pro. Both of us have Pros. I have a Series X. He has a Series X. We have an Xbox One X lying around somewhere. We have a backup PS5. 8 sold his original PS5 to a friend of his. So we've got multiple devices that can play 4K Blu-rays. Well, actually, the Xbox One X won't, but you can install the apps and run the apps on it. That's the point. I'm also thinking, depending on how big my bonus is, I might pick up a region-free 4K standalone Blu-ray player to lower the amount of wear and tear that we're putting on the drives of these PS5s. Extend the life, so to speak. Let's see here. Thoughts on 28 Days Later? I'm not a fan of that series. You already know how I feel about zombies. I feel even worse about running zombies, which I know they're technically not zombies. They're, infected with a rage disease, but it's zombies, okay? I run a S95B from Samsung, and not going to lie, it runs well enough. I'm slightly disappointed with some of its stutters, but it looks absolutely incredible. I like whatever it is that Rob is using over on his Order 42 streams. I don't know. I think he's using like some kind of a Sony camera, not a webcam. And I may have to go that route. We'll see. Only 2 months into 2026. Waiting for Black Friday is not worth it. Spend money now, just recoup. Right. Enjoy now, not be... Exactly. Are you picking up 007 First Light? I won't, but 8th will be. I'm not big on stealth gameplay. I didn't like it in Uncharted. I won't like it in James Bond. I actually heard your magic powers there. Nice one. Yeah, well, sometimes it's loud enough to be picked up the microphone. Sometimes it ain't. Sony not holy. Happy Valentine's Day 7 from Ace of Horns. Thank you, Ace of Horns. Appreciate you. When's your movie coming out? So I ain't making no movie. Mac OS not. I got to be in the Game Chaser movie for 10 seconds. That's more than enough for me. Okay. That was more than enough for me. I'm very proud of that fact. Mac OS. What kind of snacks do you buy when going to the movies? We go to one of those ones where they have an actual kitchen, so they fix sliders and chicken fingers and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of like homegrown Alamo Draft House, but they don't bring it to you. You have to stay in the lobby, and they come out to the counter with it, and they have these trays that slide down into the cup holder of your seat. So you have to take your own tray to the theater, sit down, and plop it in that cup holder. So it's not as good as Alamo Draft House. It's not as good as Flick's Brew House, but it gets the job done. And so usually, I'll get me some sliders, or I'll get me some chicken fingers. I'll get a chicken wrap. I don't usually do the popcorn thing anymore. Best and worst James Van. I'm not familiar enough with his work to tell you. My favorite movie in one room is 12 Angry Men. I don't think a movie can top it in regards of one room criteria. Technically, I think I'm not a big fan of any movies like that per se, but and 8th kind of gave me a mean look when I said this, but to me, what it most reminded me of is that James Franco movie, 127 Hours, about the guy that got his arm stuck under a rock. That's what it made me think of. Because, how do you keep... Or the movie based on Gerald's Game. It reminded me of that. Where she was handcuffed to the bed, and couldn't escape. Reminded me of that. Because there's only so many ways that you can keep person trapped in a room interesting. And I'm pretty sure that when Markiplier and them were working on the script for this, they had those movies in mind. They were familiar with what works and what doesn't work to keep an audience engaged in a trapped in a room movie. Silent Hill F was in-house, right? I'm not sure if it was or not. I'd have to look that up. The guest room has to go. Yep. You're making the guest room into another game room. Yes. I don't know when this will happen. I'm going to put it off for as long as I possibly can. What I'm going to start with, because I like having my desk in here with all my stuff. I don't really want to move it back there unless I can't avoid it. Because I know you guys also like seeing all this stuff. But I'm going to avoid it as long as I can. That being said, what I'll start doing is, instead of just getting rid of the guest room altogether, I'm just going to start, putting in one shelf. And when that shelf fills up, I'll put another shelf. I can fit 3 shelves in there without getting rid of the bed and all that stuff. Once 3 shelves are full, then I'm going to have to just turn it into my office and line the walls with shelves. It's the only thing I can do. It's the only space left because, technically we could buy some of those Oscar Atlantics there and line them down the hallway upstairs, but 8th doesn't want to do that because he says it'll make the hallway too thin. Okay. And that's fine because I told him upstairs is his domain, so what he says goes as far as how everything is laid out. Because right now, he swapped everything around up there. The loft is no longer his game room. The loft is now his office with his PC and what his PC room, and where his PC room was is now his game room. He moved everything around. I don't really know why he did it, but that's what he did. Hi, Sage J. How's it going, Sage J? Didn't 7th Level own a Gnome title in the late 90s? You're thinking of 7th Level Games, which they actually came out a year or two after I adopted that name as my original BBS handle. To my knowledge, what they were most known for was they had a, I think it was called Monty Python's Complete Waste of Time game on PC. And at the time, that's what they were most known for. But I was already called the 7th Level by the time they showed up. So, have you heard two new services? PlayStation. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I remember them houses. I get. 3-bedroom house on a cop salary isn't bad. Just depends on the neighborhood. Well, like I said, it was the redneck burbs. And you have to remember, he bought that house all the way back in 1974, the year I was born. So back then, you know how much his mortgage was for that house? $25,000. $25,000. You know how much this house that's 600 square foot bigger was? $294,000. And this is a 17-year-old house. If I bought a brand new house this size, it would have been $500,000. Not kidding. It's ridiculous. The cost of housing is ridiculous these days. I wouldn't have been able to afford this in 2007. I wouldn't have been able to afford this. I barely afforded the little 1,350 square foot starter home that I had. The one that I started making my first videos in. That house didn't even have a garage. It was just a little 1,350 square foot 3-bedroom house that when you looked at it from the outside, it looked like a duplex where they never built the second half of the duplex. It's just this skinny little house that was long. But it was supposed to be our starter home. And I was barely able to afford it because back then I was only making $38,000 a year back then when we bought that house. Now I'm making like $85,000 a year. That includes my bonus, by the way. So technically I'm actually still at I'm in the 75 to 77 grand a year range, but I get like a $10,000 bonus, give or take a few hundred every year. And so they count that in my salary. So I actually get taxed for it twice, $85,000. So no, I have still not cracked the 6-figure limit, which is crazy because I've been with this company for almost 14 years now, and I'm still under 6 figures. I've got another $15,000 to go before I get there. That's crazy. But I'm not going to complain. And you know why? Because I still have a job. Everything out there is crazy. I don't care about $7 from Ace of Horns. Thank you, Ace of Horns. Let me see what you said here. Hey, 7th, we know Wii is the champ in terms of motion control, but who takes second place? PlayStation Move or Kinect? Move. Kinect was terrible. At least Move worked. But my bills are paid, okay? My bills are paid. We're not starving to death. All of our lights stay on. So I'm not complaining about my salary. I have a job, and I have medical, and that means 8th has medical. I have a lot to be thankful for. There's a lot of folks out there that are getting laid off left and right. My company is making money hands over fist. They lay people off every year, but it's because we have a large number of people that are seasonal, and they lay them off in the wintertime, and then they hire them back on in the spring. And so they work from spring to like November, and then they have a couple of months off, and then they hire them back. And so we have that cycle going on every year, going back as long as I've been here. The closest we've ever had to a layoff was during COVID. And instead of laying people off, you know what they did? They asked for people to volunteer to go, I think it was 1 month without pay, like to be laid off for 1 month. And so, well, actually, no, it wasn't volunteer. They just picked out, the departments that were going to do it. And my department was one of them. And so I had a month vacation, and I had my bonus that I hadn't spent yet. And I had, when that happened, I just filed for a month's worth of unemployment. And so that plus my bonus canceled out that month of vacation. So it didn't affect me at all, other than the fact that I didn't have to work for a month. So that's the closest thing to a layoff that I've seen. An actual, oh God, we're doing so bad layoff that I've seen the company do since I started working here. Otherwise, they are constantly profitable, always making more money, always going up, up, up. Whereas other industries are having problems, we're buying up other companies. I couldn't tell you how many companies we bought this past year, 2025. I can tell you this, it was a bunch, because, I was heavily involved in configuring a lot of stuff for those acquired companies. So, yeah. You have other industries that are having problems. Ours had like 11 billion in revenue, and like 3 billion of it was profit. 11,000 employees worldwide. We're all over the place. So, yeah. Did you ever play any of the Carmageddon games? I played one on PC back in the day. I wasn't a huge fan. Xbox One X does run for... Oh, I didn't realize that. Well, now we have a whole other 4K Blu-ray player. What is your thoughts? Discord age verification. Well, I was meaning to talk to you guys about that, because having a membership on the Discord was one of the advantages of having the $3 membership tier here. And so now I'm going to have to rethink memberships, because I know, even though several of you who signed up for the $3 tier have still not sent me your Discord user ID so I can send you invites anyway, I may have to rethink that, because I just feel like a bunch of you are not going to want to have facial recognition or whatever to be able to get into Discord to have fun with me. So, feel free to talk about that and ask about that. What do you guys think I should do? Because, I don't want you guys having to put up with that kind of crap just to be able to hang out in another social media platform to have, private conversations with me and, once a month watch a movie together. I don't want you to have to put up with a bunch of DRM BS just to be able to do that stuff. So y'all let me know what you want to do. If I have to, I'll just get rid of the Discord altogether, and I'll lower all the memberships down to 99 cents. So you're just paying $1 a month. And you won't have the Discord as a perk, but everyone will get access to all my old archived console war videos, and I'll do something to replace the Discord. Like, I don't know. I'll start doing some exclusive videos for members, like vlog stuff. Even if it's just filming me going to pick up groceries or something. I don't know. We'll do something to make it worth $1. I mean, I would think I'm at least worth $1, But we'll see. The Blu-ray drive on the new PS5s are technically external and replaceable for just $80, unless you care about the features. Yeah, but the thing of it is, QB, how long are those going to be still manufactured? That's the question. It's fine for me to go out and buy a couple of backups and just keep them in a box in the closet just in case. I could do that, but honestly, I'd rather just not watch movies on my PlayStation at all and have a dedicated region-free 4K Blu-ray player, and put all the wear and tear on it instead. Let's see here. Rent a PS5 and not owning games, all graphic data and cloud, not download Sony. I like to find a small apartment for under $1,000. I can remember my first apartment in Tennessee was in an area called Middle Valley outside of Hickson. And it was $375 a month. It was 750 square foot apartment. And the way it was built, it was like it used to be a hotel room, and they converted it from a hotel into an apartment complex. Because you go in the door, and you had a living room, and you immediately, and when you walked in the door, and to the left was a closed off kitchen. Then you walked through another door, and it was like you were in a hotel room. You had a bedroom, and then a sink and a mirror in the bedroom, and then a little door where the tub and the closet and the toilet were in their own little thing, set up just like a motel room, but with a living room and a kitchen attached to it, which was funky, but I liked it. It was a nice apartment. It was roomy, for just one person living in it. 750 square feet. Had my own little wooden balcony. It was on the first floor. Washer and dryer was directly outside my door, so all I had to do was open the door, dump my laundry in it. You didn't even have to put coins in it. They just ran. It was great. And right across the parking lot from where I parked was the swimming pool. So I just had to walk, the length of 2 or 3 cars, and I was at the swimming pool. And right next door had everything you could possibly want. You had Food Lion and a video game store. I can't remember what it was, locally run one. You had Sonic. You had all these other restaurants. And then right up the street was Northgate Mall and Litchfield Cinemas. I mean, I had it made. Everything I could possibly want. My church was 2 blocks down the road. All of my band members for my band lived around that area. The girl that I was dating at the time was right up the street. It was awesome. And then my company transferred me to Florida. And I went from a 750 square foot apartment that was $375 a month to a 675 square foot apartment that was $455 a month. And that was in Jacksonville, Florida. And one of the ways that it was smaller was, instead of the kitchen being its own dedicated room, the kitchen was just a nook in the corner of the living room area. So the kitchen was way smaller. It was just big enough for one person to walk into, and you had a little counter bar, and you had a refrigerator and a stove. That was it. Whereas the original apartment had a whole room, a whole separated kitchen that was big enough to have a dining room table in it for, a small one for like a breakfast nook kind of thing. So, but I loved my apartment in Florida because, again, I was 15 minutes from the beach, 15 minutes to the biggest mall, 10 minutes to the best movie theaters, right up the street from all the best video game stores. I had it made. And of course, there was just a surplus of side. Just a surplus of side everywhere you looked. All I had to do was walk into a bar and sit there. And somebody would walk up and offer me a drink. Now, to be honest, sometimes it was a cougar. I was 23 at the time, and women that were in their 30s would come up and buy me a drink. I had no problem with that. 10-year age gap, I didn't care. Anyway. JV Shota. It was $25,000 in 1974. I was dev forever and got laid off at over 60. Oof. Well, I mean, if you were over 60, you were only, what, a few years away from mandatory retirement anyway, because don't they, isn't mandatory retirement at like 67 years old? So, you were just a little bit ahead of the curve, I guess. Sorry to hear that, man. Hope you're doing well now. Man, I'm good, thank you, but doing okay. I saw an affordable house in Texas, had 5 bedrooms and all that fancy marble stuff in the kitchen, but it was in the middle of nowhere. Who wants to drive an hour and back for groceries? Well, and there's probably other things that were making it very affordable. Now, not just, you see, there are areas in West Texas where the housing is dirt cheap, but it's all in around dead towns, towns that have died, where the population is like under 2,000 people, And part of that is also because, those were areas that were oil towns and those oil wells have dried up, or, much worse tornado activity out there. You head out towards the Panhandle, like right on the state line out west. That's where they have those big, huge, 2-mile wide wedge tornadoes that just kind of vacuum up everything they go over. So, yeah, you're going to find houses cheaper there, but you wouldn't want to live there. I have a place overseas, but couldn't live in the USA anymore. Sorry about that. So glad I never used Discord. Discord can be fun, but, it is what it is. Hello, old wise man 7th. Hi, hi-fi. Oh, by the way, I didn't even realize. Well, no, it hasn't been an hour, has it? It hasn't been an hour because I was 20 minutes late, so I got to wait till 7:20. Okay. Sorry about that. Can use other sites like low class. What the hell is low class? Oh, locals. Your spelling just sucks. Okay. What is locals? I'm not even familiar with that. My only gripe about Pluribus is that it was more Castaway than Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Have you seen this? No, I've not seen Pluribus. 7th filming himself shopping groceries. I'd buy that for $1. I'm sure you would. Sorry, 7th. I'm not trying to procrastinate this year, so I haven't made a Discord. It's the middle of February and I already failed. Well, don't worry about it, because if everything they're talking about with Discord happens, there goes that anyway. I see the Discord. Discourse is among the discussion. Glad to hear it. F those data brokers. Yeah, we'll have to see what goes down. What is your honest evaluation for Triple H's Booker? In my opinion, he only cares about putting Nepo babies in his click over. I'm not impressed with him as a booker. Never have been. We will have nothing to be happy. I'm from the East Coast and never had an In-N-Out meal in my life. Are those burgers just as good as people are hyping them up to be? I heard their fries taste like edible warm cardboard. Their burgers are all right. I don't think they're better than Whataburger, though. That's why I dropped Windows for 7 years now. I've been on Linux for over 8 years, and you need to change. Whenever I hear 720, I remember the console war days when the Xbox fans would hype the Xbox 720. Yeah, guess what they got? They didn't get twice the power, let me tell you that. Not really. The Xbox One was a joke. That's why I don't even have the Xbox One in my collection. The only version of it that I have is the One X. Because it was the only one that had halfway decent power. Yeah. Yep-aroo. So let's see. Have I had any additions to the collection recently? Let me think. Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined. I've been playing it. I'm in the end game, but the end game is rather large because, you have this whole dungeon where you have to run around and collect the pieces of armor from the 4 spirit warriors or whatever before you're allowed to take on the final Demon King guy. So I'm in that area now. I think I'm already powerful enough to kill it. I don't think I have to grind or anything, but it won't let me just go in and fight him. I have to collect these pieces of armor first. So, you know. Uh, I bought that new Snow Brothers game. Don't play it. It's garbage. Garbage. It's a Unity engine game for one thing. And it's just not fun to play. It doesn't feel good. It feels cheap. It's only 30 frames per second on the PS5. What the hell is up with that? Oh, wait a second. From Black Cadillac, $10. Thank you for answering your people. Something not done on other channels. Love and respect. I always answer my questions. Sometimes, if you ask something that's stupid, I'll try to be polite and ignore it so as not to, humiliate you. But for the most part, if you ask a question and you're not being, a troll or a dumbass, I respond. Fortunately enough, my audience is small enough where I can keep track of what's being said in the chat. If I was super popular and I had like 100 people in here every night, like, for example, how Billy's streams used to be, I don't know that I'd be able to do that because questions would be coming in too fast. Hell, sometimes when there's 30 people in here, the questions come so fast that I'm fighting all night to keep track of everything. But I do my best, and I appreciate the $10. That puts us up to $17 for the evening. I don't know if you're aware of this, Black Cadillac. The way this stream works, everybody gets 3 hours of my time for free every weekend. Staying later than 3 hours is done by donations. So it's basically every $50 it goes up an hour. So if we hit $50 tonight, I'll do 4 hours instead of 3. If we hit $100, I do 5 hours instead of 3. If we hit $150, I do 6 hours. And anything above 150, 6 is the most I will do because I'm 51 years old. And the last time I went over 6 hours, I got really sick. So 6 is my limit. That's as far as I go. But you get 3 hours for free. You get 3 hours whether I get a single dime or not, because I'm not really, I don't do this for a living. So everything that you guys donate just as a thank you for putting up content is a bonus to me. I turn it right back into the channel. It goes towards buying games to review and whatnot. And I know I didn't post any videos last month, and I know that I haven't posted any so far this month. I am sorry. It's just been one thing after the other. It's just been one thing after the other. It's been rough. Another $5 from Black Cadillac. Thank you again, sir. Just saying respect to you. I don't see that anywhere. Well, I am the one, the only 7th level. And this is the way I've always done it. It's the way I've always done it. I don't treat you guys as, fans or whatnot. For me, this is like back in the BBS days where we had email and chat echoes and we would sit and talk to each other. That's what it feels like to me. So it's just, hanging out with e-friends is the way I view it. I wish I was still in my 40s instead of 51, but other than that, I'm doing good. Do you plan on reviewing that 2D God of War game? I might give it a shot once I've gotten far enough through it. You're grinding through Skyrim. I platted it on PS3. I wish I would. I had the initiative to go back to it on PS5, but I don't know. Every time I try, I end up getting distracted by something else. So 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. We're at $22. We're at $22. And I'm going to pull up my calculator. And you know why? Because I suck at math in my head. That's why. I was in the gifted program, but I can't do math in my head. All right, so that's Lord help. Now we got $10 from Brother Natural. So that makes it $32. And I just accidentally closed my calculator. I closed my calculator. All right, so that we're at $32. So we're now 18 away from extending the show by an hour. Okay. Hope your seat is warm and comfortable to sit in for a few extra. Yeah, okay. Let's see. You would probably only answer comments that are super chats if you're super popular. I love coming in here every week and hanging out. Also, yeah, I'll try not to do that. I don't think you should have to pay for interactions, but I'm a guy that works a full-time job. You see, I'm not someone that's trying to make a career out of YouTube, and so my free time is precious. That's why I'm willing to give up 3 hours of it. Anything more than 3 hours, you got to pay. You got to pay. And I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Y'all get to hang out and shoot the shit with me for 3 hours. Sometimes I'm not able to do it. I've been having a lot of health problems lately. I told you guys that I've been having arrhythmia issues, also known as atrial fib. This is a common side effect of diabetes. It's also a common side effect of obesity, and it's a common side effect of dehydration. So it's not necessarily a sign that I have like heart disease or whatnot. They ran an EKG on me, and it came back perfectly normal. They didn't see any signs of the heart being damaged or clogged arteries or any of that kind of stuff. The most likely thing is the combination of my weight plus the fact that I constantly forget to drink fluids. I'm a person who naturally doesn't get thirsty. I have to force myself to drink. And if I forget to do it, then I'll start having little heart murmurs or my heart will skip a beat. And 3 times in the last 18 months, I'll feel that, and then it'll flip 3 times real fast, and then all of a sudden my pulse I'll have this fluttery feeling in my chest, and my pulse will be that fast. And I'm not short of breath. It doesn't hurt. I don't have any pain anywhere. But it's freaky. It feels really weird. And it lasts about an hour, and then it goes back to normal. Or if I walk to the kitchen while it's going on, I can grab a bottle of water and down a bottle of water, and then it ends 15 minutes after I down that bottle of water. So I know it has to be that it's a dehydration issue mixed with the stuff that that's already going on. It's just the dehydration triggers it somehow. So I've got to be better about drinking fluids, and I really need to get this weight off. I really need to get that because I'm 51 years old. I don't want to be carrying all this around. I don't look like myself anymore. I don't feel good. I feel like crap all the time, and so I've had all these different health things that have kept me from doing the stuff that I wanted to do. I've had technical problems like with the computer stuff. It's just been a bad month and a half, man. I'm glad that I was able to finish the 12 Shits of Christmas. I'm glad I was able to finish that, even though a bunch of y'all didn't watch it. So I'm doubting I'll do it next year because, there just wasn't enough people to care. May I ask why your Christmas tree is still up? Because I'm a lazy fat effer. I'm a lazy fat effer. I took all the ornaments off of it, and that's as far as I got. I'll see if 8th will help me break it down tomorrow. We'll see. I think my Dachshund has diabetes. We're taking him to the vet. He's 14 and a half. 14 and a half is good for a male small dog. That would be a little young for a female. Females can live 16 to over 20. But male dogs, it's unusual, smaller breeds, to go higher than 15. You hit the jackpot of ailments, didn't you? Unfortunately. I'm playing Guild Wars, and I have to say it's similar to a live service game with hub areas where you see other players in the area. Yeah. Yep. Well, I mean, Guild Wars, EverQuest, stuff like that. Yeah. Going all the way back to PS2 era. The game gives you AI companions if you want to play solo. It's recommended. Yeah, I know. You tried an incline treadmill or a pool. There is a neighborhood swimming pool, and we have badges for it, cards that get you into it. But, I look like crap in a swimsuit because I'm a fat ass, so I haven't been bothering to go out to the pool. Black Cadillac with another $10. I appreciate you, sir. You don't have to keep doing that. You don't have to keep doing that. That puts us up to 42. So we are $8 away from extending the show by 1 hour. I want to say thank you to you. You already did, sir. And the people here for being very friendly. Respect to you in the chat. Come to Linux. Come to Linux. You know what I've been forgetting to do? I've been forgetting to show y'all. You get a dollar bill. There's your dollar bill. And we are now officially 1 hour done. So you know what that means. Two hours remaining. 2 hours remaining. We are $8 short of extending by 1 hour. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Appreciate you. And also, Brother Natural, here's you a dollar bill since I forgot. And Ace of Horns, here's you a dollar bill. And Darkstar Archangel, you haven't actually donated tonight. Usually Darkstar has dropped $7 in here by now. That's not me saying that he has to. It's just I'm looking at my mini feed that shows the log, and I saw him on there and then realized that was from 2 weeks ago. So my fault there. But that's all right. You know what, Darkstar? I'm going to give you a dollar bill anyway. Here you go. Because any other week, you're there like almost every week, $7. So there you go. I'm sure I've forgotten you a dollar bill somewhere in there. I look like crap in a swimsuit. So does 95% of America in a swimsuit. Yeah, but that still doesn't mean I want to be out in it. Now, if I could get like a swimsuit that's like jorts, where it's below the knee, then I might consider it, and then I would just walk laps back and forth across the pool, and that's all I would use it for. I wouldn't be actually, howdy neighbor, I wouldn't be doing that. I'd just be walking in the water back and forth. I might do that. But I mean, it's not like I'm absolute cripple. I can go outside and, I could just walk laps around the cul-de-sac, and that would at least be out walking. I could do that, We had a treadmill. We never used it. We had an exercise bike. We never used it. We had a weightlifting machine. We never used it. And we were trying to get into this house as quickly as possible. We weren't using a moving company. We just rented a U-Haul, me and my friends and Eight's friends came to help out. Well, I had one friend. Eighth had more friends than me. And I didn't want to put them through all that. So I had the exercise equipment hauled away because we weren't going to have a place for it here anyhow. So now we don't have any of that. Now, Eighth goes to the gym at his school. His gym has a school. His college has a gym, and he gets free membership there, and so he exercises there. And he's got a little weight on him, nothing like me, but underneath that weight, he is solid muscle. 5'6" frame. And, he can bench close to 300 pounds. I mean, he gets on up there. He's mighty. He's like his grandpa that way. His grandpa was 5'9", but he had this great big gut like me once he got older. But, he could punch through walls. You could press on his arms, and there was no give there. It was just hard as a rock, and his hands were the same way. His hands were hard as rocks, and he just had like frightening strength for a man that was only 5'9". And Eighth is like that. Eighth, when he was in high school, would not take crap off of anybody, and was known for grabbing football players that tried to mess with him and lifting them up over his head and slamming them down on cafeteria tables. That's 8th. I'm not kidding. That is 8th. $5 from QB. Here's the 7th. A game streamer that texts women old enough to drink. Yes. So that puts us up to 47. So we are now $3 away from extending the show by an hour. Thank you. Thank you. What a good audience. Like 7th said, the benefit of streams with a small audience is that it makes it easier to read chat comments. I watch another stream that has a slightly bigger audience, and it's the same. That's why I've never really pushed to try to make the 7thCast any bigger than it is. Because I know you guys prefer this. And I mean, most of you that show up in the... I tell you, a lot of the people that watch don't even show up in the chat. Most of the people that watch don't show up in the chat. Most of the folks that watch the 7thCast, they watch the rerun. They watch the replay. They don't watch it live. And so it's usually the same 20 or so, people in the chat every time. So I've gotten to know most of y'all on a first name basis. Well, a first YouTube name basis. So, that can make, the chat a lot more fun. Although I know some would say parasocial relationship. Well, I came up during the BBS era. So I've been used to having friends that I've only ever talked to online going back, 30 years. So big whoop. I'll try to be there, bud. John Graham, he used to make a machinima series called Arby and the Chief back in the day. He streams video games. I want to be regularly streaming video games. $2. Here's to keep the suspense going. Okay, so now we are $1 away from extending the show by an hour. $1 away. Anyway. I want to be regularly streaming gameplay on Wednesdays to try to avoid overlapping with some of the other folks in the community that stream games like Shady J and others like that. But for some reason, there just always seems to be something that keeps me from getting on there. Black Cadillac again. Oh, and QB, I owe you another dollar bill. There you go. And Black Cadillac, here another dollar bill. And Brother Natural. Another buck. So that puts us up to $55. So we are officially staying till 10:20 Central Time. 10:20 Central Time. So we are at $55. So we are $45 away from extending it to $11.20. Oh, I'm going to ask, why not Linux? Because Linux isn't used at my employer, and I need to keep myself flexible for being able to use, in the case of an emergency, my personal equipment. It's frowned down upon in general, but we are allowed to keep this stuff show ready just in case something happens with our company issued equipment. Then we don't have to wait for them to ship me a replacement. I could just hop on here real quick. And so everything they do is Windows, so I have to stay on Windows. And most of our stuff is enterprise. It's not like I could set up Windows within Linux and expect any of it to actually work. So, oh, Jesus Christ. Here you go, bud. Go to bed. Go to bed? Go to bed? You just made it now to where I can't go to bed, because now I have to stay till 11:20 at night. What do you mean, go to bed? I'm not sure you understand the concept, Black Cadillac. The more you pay, the longer I stay. So now we're at $100, which I greatly appreciate. 50 more, and I've got to do a 6-hour stream. Holy shit. You didn't make it to where I could go ahead and go to bed. You made it to where I got to stay up. My old ass now has to stay up. You don't get to dictate, that I can leave early. The rules are the rules. You made me hit $100, so now I have to stay till 11:20 because I started 20 minutes late. Wow. But I appreciate you, Black Cadillac. I do. You've invested way more money tonight than you should have. And so here's you another dollar bill. There you go. There you go. Oh, and by the way, because we hit that, we have this one too. Your time has been extended. Kudo points if you know what video game that's from. Hope we break your all-time donations record tonight. I don't think that's going to happen. Because remember, last year during the summer, you guys donated enough for me to get that tabletop gaming table for the tabletop gaming room upstairs. And I think in one night, didn't we hit like $800 or something like that? So that's not happening tonight, sir. That's not happening tonight. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but it's not happening tonight. Well, I'm an old man. Well, I mean, you're only, you're what, 10 years older than me? Or were you born in, you said you were in your 60s, but your username is 1973, which would make you just 1 year older than me, which would make you 52. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. I'm just saying. All right, boys, let's keep the questions coming. Yes, make it worth my while to have to stay, 5 hours, Well, 4 hours now because we're already an hour into this shit. How far back do you go with Windows? All the way to Windows 1. Started messing around with that stuff in junior high and everything. Way back. Back when Windows wasn't really an operating system, it was more like an add-on that you ran off of a floppy, My birthday was the 5th. Last Saturday, I went to Half Price Books and I bought the first 4 volumes of Yu Yu Hakusho, all first editions, also book 2 of the X-Wing series. I'm not that big into manga. 8th is more the manga person. He has all of the Berserk deluxe editions. He has all of the Hellsing deluxe editions. He's got one of the Vash the Destroyer, Trigun. He's got one of the Trigun deluxe editions. I don't have any manga. That's all an 8 thing. My birthday is in towards the end of the year, so I won't turn 52 until towards the end of the year. That's the car age. Oh, your car is a 1973? Me the same and Commodore. Did you mean Commodore? Magic powers. You're the same age as me. Did you play Star Wars Squadrons? I have Star Wars Squadrons. I have not played it because when I initially bought it, I thought it was only for PlayStation VR, and the VR helmets always stay with 8th, so I never got to play it. Are you looking forward to the live-action He-Man movie? I'm curious about it. I am cautiously curious. The trailer looks good, but there's been a lot of movies where the trailer looks good and the movie ended up blowing. So I'm not holding my breath. Neo 3, blows past games in the series out of the water. Have you played it? Uh, I'm not a Souls like person. Eighth has played it. Eighth has played it, and he said they really wanted to lure in the more casual crowd because it's easier until you get to that last section of the game, and then the difficulty spike just goes pew, and it's going to piss a lot of people off. That's what Eighth said. Not difficult for Eighth because Eighth is a Souls like master, but difficult for other people. Another $2 from Black Cadillac. You are free to go to bed. Sorry. No. Rules are rules. I explained the rules after your first donation, and you kept donating. So now we're at 102. We are $48 away from me having to do a 6-hour stream. That's going to be rough. I'm already feeling it in my back. That's going to be rough. Oh, whew. Guys, I am perfectly fine with not hitting 150. You don't have to. You totally don't have to. Like I said, I'm going to get my bonus in a month, and that bonus is probably going to be after taxes around $7,000, because the government takes 38% of it, so it'll be like around 10,000. I'll get 7,000, and then come tax return, they'll tax me for it again because they'll lump it in as part of my overall salary, and so that pushes me to a higher tax bracket, and I get taxed again. So, magic powers. So it's not like I'm desperately saving up for something. Although I did mention that this camera sucks and I want to replace it. I did mention that, but some of the, I think the camera that Rob uses is like a $700 or $800 Sony camera, and I'm not expecting that from y'all guys. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll be okay. I'll be all right. Y'all don't have to keep doing that. Trust me. I'm not sure if Eighth has finished Neo 3 or not. The last time I talked to him, he was on the last section of it. So I'm not sure if he's finished it or not. I saw the James Gunn Superman movie a few weeks back, and it's better than I thought. I didn't like the twist with Superman's parents, but I get why they did it. I was fine with that game, or that movie, because to me, it was one of the first times that it actually felt like the comic books. Because in the comic books, he's always fighting, space aliens and cosmic entities and all this crazy stuff. And Lex Luthor is always pulling all these weird attempts to stop him, and all this interdimensional stuff. That's right out of the comics, so it felt like an actual Superman comic book. And I guess some people have been fans of the Snyderverse, just never actually read Superman comics. I don't know. Can you call the cops on the IRS for burglary? I'm not sure that would work. Too bad you don't have a good laptop you could stream on so you could relax in your recliner. Yeah, I haven't owned a laptop in a long time because laptops didn't last for me. Didn't matter what brand I bought, because that's what I used to use. When I first got started on YouTube, all of my videos were made on a laptop. I didn't even own a desktop. And I was fine with that, but the laptops just wouldn't last. They'd burn out. The battery would go bad, and and sometimes the thing would just completely die, and you couldn't power it on whether it was plugged in or not. So I just got to where I just stopped buying them. Yeah, I'm the same way, Black Cadillac. This is the first year in many years where I got a refund. It wasn't a big refund. It was a little refund. But I didn't owe. That's the main thing. The last several years, $1,000 to $2,000 of my bonus has been going to paying back taxes because they say I owe. And this year, I got a refund. So, and again, it wasn't a big one. It was little bitty one. Well, little bitty for me compared to ones that I've got in the past. In the past I have gotten like 3, 4, 5 grand tax returns. This was not big. This was like 800. So, but 800 is fine with me. You know why? Because I didn't have to pay. I didn't have to pay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just holding on to that 800 for a little while to see how big my bonus is going to be, because a bonus is not guaranteed. My bonus could be bigger this year than it was last year. It could be smaller. It depends on the formula that the company uses. So I'm not holding my breath. I always plan for the worst. Plan for the worst, hope for the best. And so, as far as I'm concerned, I'm expecting it to be $2,500, and so I'll be pleasantly surprised when it's not that and it's something bigger. But I'm waiting to see what that is, and once I know for sure how much of a bonus I'm going to get, 8th will get a Switch too. Do you need an Ubuntu laptop? Oh, yeah, hold me back. I'm watching this from my laptop, and I had this laptop for 7 years now. I'm glad it's still. I've never had a laptop last more than 3 years tops, except for my work laptops, because those are not running anything super powerful through. They're Lenovo's. Well, we have Lenovo's and we have Dell's, and so mine is a Dell, and it's a wimpy little thing. It's just powerful enough to do my work stuff, and that's it. I have a 2010 MacBook Pro with a Core Duo, and it's still kicking. I hang on to everything for years. Taxation feels like a legal form of theft. Let me send you an Ubuntu system. That's okay, Black Cadillac. You don't have to do that. You do not have to do that, sir. Oh. So, let's see. Like I said, I added Dragon Quest VII, and I added that Snow Brothers sequel that's ass, but, it's in the collection now. Movie-wise, I picked up 3 new 4Ks. One of them arrives tomorrow. I got, because Amazon was having a sale, I got The Hunt for Red October. Even though it has not aged well at all, I got Forrest Gump. And I got the original 6-film Star Trek box set in 4K. I have not gotten the Next Generation one because there's only one good movie out of those 4, which is First Contact, and the rest of them were ass. So I haven't bothered to pick that up. But tomorrow, the Star Trek 6-film box set shows up, and I'm going to be very excited about that. And you see, that's another thing about these donations. This is why, I don't stress that much for you guys to donate. YouTube keeps 30% of it. So if you guys donate $100, I get $70 of it. And even then, I don't get it until the month after all those donations. That $70, the $70 of the 100 y'all have donated tonight, I won't get that until March. I won't get it this month. That's just the stupid way that YouTube works. I used to use Streamlabs, but for some reason, PayPal discontinued my account. They never gave me a reason why. They just canceled my PayPal account and said that I'm not allowed to use PayPal anymore. I never used it for anything other than transferring donations from you guys to my bank account. That's the only thing I ever used it for. So it was literally impossible for me to have done anything that warranted them canceling the account. I think they just canceled it because I wasn't really they weren't making any money off of me of any decent amount, because all I was using it for was transferring donations into my bank account. That's all I ever used it for. And so they dumped me, and Streamlabs doesn't work really with anything else. They have their own little thing that I tried to use that, but it deactivates me After if I go 4 days without logging into it or a donation hitting, and I stream once a week, it would deactivate, and I'd have to call them to try to get it turned back on, and it just wasn't worth it. It wasn't working anymore. So now I'm stuck doing it super chat, which means I lose 30% of it, and that's the way it goes. Personally, I don't know any modern DCU film that has done Superman justice. He's an unstoppable god, but all he wants to do is go to work and hang out with the homies. Well, the thing of it is his personality is what keeps him from acting as an unstoppable god. Because that's not what he wants to be. He just wants to be a good man. You need to be in a new life of computing. I run 3 monitors and can game Minecraft as the kids want me to. Well, I'm happy for you. Currently what I'm running on is a 3080. Overclocked 3080. That's what I'm running on. And I don't really game on PC. I game on console. So, there you go. Best and worst Radiohead songs. I'm not a Radiohead guy, if you'd want to talk to 8th about that. My favorite scenes from the new Superman movie is when Clark is hanging out with Lois and his parents. I didn't really like his human parents that much because they were like stereotypical. They sounded like stereotypical Georgia rednecks, but they lived in Kansas. And I just didn't like that interpretation of them, that they were, literally hillbilly hicks. Come to think of it, how does the Daily Planet compete with social media? Clark should be an independent YouTube reporter. Love and respect everyone. Stay cool and awesome. I like your dedication. I wouldn't even go that far. All I do is dust the vents from the laptop. I don't even know you could put new thermal paste. We do all that stuff here. We've done that with our consoles. Gone in and redone the thermal pasting and all that stuff to keep the consoles going. 8th can take a console apart and put it back together, do every kind of maintenance you can think of. That's 8th, man. That is 8th. What's your favorite buddy cop film? And no, it doesn't have to be a film with 2 actual cops. Probably Men in Black 1. And a close second place would be the Dolph Lundgren classic, I Come in Peace. I love that movie. I make no apologies for that one. I love that movie. I have it on Blu-ray back there. I'm getting a nerd OCT Axe Titan 12. Okay. Unknown Soldier should have his own movie, but it might have to be rated R in order for it to work, and I can't think of a DC movie that would pass PG-13. You folks stay awesome, and for the host, stay amazing. I will try, Black Cadillac. I will try. What about Beverly Hills? I'm not a fan of Beverly Hills Cop 2. Really, the only one out of all of those that I liked was the first one. I like Showtime with Robert De Niro and Eddie Murphy. Is that the one where William Shatner tries to teach Eddie Murphy or Robert De Niro how to slide across the hood of a car and falls on his ass? Is that the same movie I'm thinking of? Thoughts on Captain... You know what my thoughts are on Captain Caveman, Jay. Just for that, that's for you. Magic powers. 7th, we need that AVGN review, kind sir. I'm working on it. I've had a bad 6 weeks, guys. I'm sorry. 12 terahash per second. Oh, okay. Midnight Run is my favorite buddy cop film. I'm not that big of a fan of Midnight Run because I'm not that big a fan of what's his name, Charles Grodin. Never been that big a fan of him. Outside of it being Disney canon, I can't play Squadrons because I cannot play those kinds of games in first-person cockpit view. Why is it? You get seasick? You get vertigo? Vertigo? I get vertigo, but not typically from video games. I can get vertigo just sitting in my chair, and for no reason, all of a sudden I'll be like, whoa! Like I just went through a loop-the-loop. Happens randomly. Do you like Tango and Cash? Tango and Cash is pretty good. Pretty good. I don't think it's aged as well as the first 3 Lethal Weapon movies. Lethal Weapon 4 is kind of horse shit, but like I like Tango and Cash better than Lethal Weapon 4. I love the first 3 Lethal Weapon movies. Don't care for Lethal Weapon 4 much at all. I like Old Chips and the Rockford Files. I used to love the theme song to the Rockford Files. I didn't like when I was little. I didn't like the show at all, but I loved the theme song, and I loved his car. It's like I didn't watch the Rockford Files, but I had like the Hot Wheels car or the Matchbox of his car, that Trans Am, that gold Trans Am or Camaro or whatever it was at the time. I had the Matchbox or the Hot Wheels for that, even though I didn't like the show, just because I liked his car and I liked the theme song. That's the one they do a reality show with the two. Yeah, teaches them. Yeah. I've seen it a long time ago. I only liked Lethal Weapon 1 and 2. Did you ever watch the Lethal Weapon show? Yeah, it was garbage. I just suck at first-person view and flight combat and racing games, so third person is a must for me. I get it. I'm not a big fan of racing or flying games myself, but when I do play them, I don't play them in first person. Tango and Cash is one of my favorite Kurt Russell movies. My favorite Kurt Russell movie is Big Trouble in Little China, and always will be. I wish they'd release it in 4K. I have it on Blu-ray, would like to have it in 4K, but for some reason, it has not hit 4K. That irritates me. It irritates me greatly. Greatly. Well, I guess that was Black Cadillac saying goodbye. I guess he has left. So what do you think, guys? Do I still need to stay till 11:20 since he was the one that paid for that last hour and said that I didn't have to do it? Y'all let me know in the chat, because now he's left, so the guy that paid for it isn't here to enjoy that extra hour. So y'all let me know. Y'all let me know. It's my own rules, but, if y'all don't require me to follow them, I won't. But if you do require me to follow them, I will. Other buddy cop movies. What all would qualify it as a buddy cop movie? What would qualify? R.I.P.D. I know a lot of people hate that movie. I really like it because I like just about anything that has Jeff Bridges in it. So I really like R.I.P.D. That's a buddy cop movie. Another Dolph Lundgren one. Showdown in Little Tokyo, I think it's called. It was him and Brandon Lee before he made The Crow. That's a good buddy cop movie. That's a good movie. So yeah. Did you ever like Dragnet, Joe Friday, and Billy Gannon? I can remember watching it, reruns of it with my dad, but I don't recall being a fan of it. And no, I did not like the remake movie they did with Tom Hanks and Dan Aykroyd. I'm with 7th. Whenever I play racing or flight combat games, I always play them third person. No, sir. I thought you'd left. Big Trouble in Little China is my second favorite. Okay. He's still here. Okay. I thought that was you saying goodbye. It'd be nice if you did, but I won't beg you. What's good, Seventh? Colors from 1980s. I don't consider that a buddy cop movie because a buddy cop movie is funny, and Colors is not funny. Hey, Chris, how's it going? It's racist as shit, but it's a buddy cop movie to me has to be like a typical action comedy, and that's not what Colors is. Sorry, I enjoyed your channel with showing support. Go to bed. I can't go to bed. Not yet. The Other Guys is, oh, I love The Other Guys. The Other Guys is funny too. I especially love when Samuel Jackson and The Rock kill themselves. That was great. Is there a PC PlayStation controller with HAL effects sticks? I've been playing Offset my whole life outside of PS course and would like to get a symmetrical controller for fighters. Doesn't 8-Bit Dough make one? I want to say 8-Bit Dough makes one, QB. You should go check with them. I have an 8-Bit Dough controller around somewhere. I've got a couple of them. One of them's black and looks kind of like a DualShock 4, and then I've got a smaller one that looks kind of like a Super Nintendo. I think 8th has both of them upstairs. The only controller that I have sitting down here with me is my Polymega controller. But I don't think it has HAL effect sticks. I think it just has regular sticks. But it's a good controller. It gets the job done. Colors is a good movie, but it's more of a drama. Exactly. Buford T. Justice and his Buford T. Justice. Some bitch. Tick turd. There's no way you come from my loins. Every police officer ought to have a sixth sense. Well, gee, I'm sorry, Daddy. All I've got is a dime. Oh, I could talk Buford T. Justice all day, because when my dad retired from the police force, he kind of looked like Buford T. Justice. You know, he still wore the old school policeman's hat, and he had this big pot belly in front of him. So he looked like, and he had the big bushy mustache. So he looked like Buford T. Justice, only his uniform was navy blue, like so blue it was almost black instead of tan like Buford's. And also my dad wasn't a screaming racist like Buford. But yeah, I could talk Buford T. Justice all day. That brought a smile to my face. I think Bad Boys is... I've never been a big fan of Bad Boys. You are released from my chats and support. Rush Hour, my final answer. I never got into the Rush Hour movies because what's his name? Not Jackie Chris Tucker annoys me. He annoys me. Watching a Chris Tucker movie is like being locked in a room with like a 7-year-old with ADHD. That's no thank you. I know I'm late, so you probably talked about it, but what did you think of that state of play? I'm cautiously optimistic. The Dude. We have The Big Lebowski on 4K. I'll still come back, but you need to go do your thing. Sorry. I appreciate you, Black Cadillac. I appreciate you. Buford Tannen. Will Smith definitely peaked after I Am Lit. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. My name is John Kimball, and I love my car. Chris Tucker, high-pitched voice. I don't know. He irritates me. Yeah, I can barely put up with him in The Fifth Element, and he's only in that movie for maybe 15 minutes of it total. Hollywood missed out on an opportunity by not coming up with a buddy cop film starring Bruce Campbell alongside Nathan Fillion 15 years ago. Well, Bruce Campbell's pretty good in everything. Wish you had a letterbox to count seventh just to see all your ratings on movies. I've I've had several people say that to me, and maybe I'll set one up. Okay, I don't know how much it would be involved in it because I'm. You guys got to remember, I'm 51 years old. I've seen a lot of movies. I would say that I have seen more than the average person because I spent most of my young life with only NBC, ABC, and CBS. And so then, after seeing what my uncle was getting to do with his cable, my dad broke down and got cable. And it was like, you know, someone who's been dying of thirst in the desert finally stumbling upon the oasis because the gloves were off. When I had cable in my own room, suddenly I was just absorbing everything, especially from WGN and WTBS because we didn't have HBO or any of that. The only pay channel we had was the Disney Channel. So, I would go on to Disney Channel and I would watch Tron and I would watch Condor Man over and over and over and over and over again because they showed them 3 times a day. And then I would go on to WGN and TBS, and every single piece of schlock you can imagine, I would watch it. And if I wasn't awake to watch it, I would set my VCR to tape it so I could watch it. So almost every movie that Mystery Science Theater ever covered, I had already watched it by the time they covered it. Like, for example, The Puma Man or Manos, The Hands of Fate. All of these would come on at like 1, 2 in the morning on WGN or WTBS. So I'd already seen them all. I've seen more schlock than you can imagine. All of the Ator movies, all of the Death Stalker movies, all of that stuff. Seen it all. So, it would take me forever to add everything that I've ever watched to a letterbox account, but I'll see what I can do. Market Zero. My super chats no longer bind you to anything. Well, I'll leave that up to everyone else. That description of Chris Tucker's voice reminds me of that time when you did a black metal singer impression. Yeah. Bro, The Fifth Element and Friday is genuinely his best roles. Rush Hour, it's just more Jackie having to deal with, Hey, 7th, Men in Black 3 is good, but not much more Will Smith stuff after that. Yeah, I like 3. I like 3 because it adds like a real touching connection between J and K. That's the main reason I like that. And I like the villain. I don't like 2 at all. 2 sucks. Nathan Fillion was in a cop show called The Rookie. Yes, he was. My dad loved Burn Notice. I remember Burn Notice. I didn't get into it, but I remember it being on. Speaking of cops, have you seen Oz? Yes, I've seen every episode of Oz. I'll let you sleep and I'll watch The Rifleman. Reminds me, I first got cable. I was hooked on the Cartoon Network to the point where I was only allowed to watch that channel on the weekend. Well, once I got out on my own and could pay my own way on things, I got all the channels. I had HBO, Showtime, Cartoon Network, Sci-Fi Channel, Comedy Central. I had all that crap. Nathan Fillion did a cool show called... I remember Castle, too. I miss Rip Torn, the actor from Minute... Rip Torn, yeah. Rip Torn played the villain in one of my favorite old 80s movies, The Beastmaster. He was the evil wizard guy. And for some reason, they gave him a fake hook nose, almost like a bird nose, which was I didn't really think he needed that, but oh well. Do you think we will see a physical version of Sons of Sparta? I don't know. I would like for them to. U.S. Marshals is an underrated movie. Oh, with Tommy Lee Jones and Wesley Snipes? I don't know, man. I just didn't think that The Fugitive needed a sequel. Do you like the movie Copland? Oh, where Sylvester Stallone plays like an overweight old sheriff. Yeah, that was a good movie. Didn't it have De Niro in it too? Admittedly, I haven't seen it in a while, but I remember liking it. I remember liking it. I also liked that one. That tonally, that movie kind of reminds me a little bit of that one that Bruce Willis did, where he was like a river cop, and there was like a serial killer that was killing people, and he was trying to figure out who the killer was and whatnot. And he was like on the New York's Hudson River Patrol or whatever. I think I can't remember, Silent something, or it was a Bruce Willis movie. I like that one. I miss going to the video store because that's where I got most of my cinematic. Yeah, video stores were fun. They were fun, and they made it more special because instead of having access to thousands of movies at your fingertips, your parents would let you pick out like 3 movies. We're going to the video store. You can pick out 3 movies for the weekend, or 2 movies and 1 game. And so you had to be very discerning about what you picked. Well, I didn't, because I would watch anything. So I'd watch Invasion of the Space Titties or whatever they had. I didn't care if it was low budget crap. I would watch it anyway. One thing that I had in common with Billy was that I love Full Moon Pictures from Charles Brand. Puppet Master, Doll Man, Demonic Toys, Dr. Mordred, all that stuff. I watched all of it. Ginger Dead Man, all of that stuff. Evil Bong. That was one thing that me and Billy had in common, is we loved schlock, and I still do. I recently watched the new Deathstalker movie. It's terrible, but I loved it. It was fun. Thoughts on Octopath Traveler 0 and Final Fantasy X X2? I like Final Fantasy X. Didn't care for Final Fantasy X2 that much. I don't know that I've even played Octopath Traveler 0. I don't know that I even have it. That might have been one that I didn't end up buying. Let me double check my... I know I haven't played it, but maybe I bought it and maybe I got it for 8s for Christmas or something, and I'm not remembering it. Let me look. Give me a second. Let me just pull it up on Game Eye. Scroll down to the O's. X's and O's. Yes, I have Octopath Traveler 0. No, I've not played it. I liked National Security. That had a funny premise for a buddy cop movie. National Security. Was that the one with John Candy and I can't remember his name. The father from American Pie. Is that National Security? Did you ever watch the Ride Along? No. It has Sylvester Stallone, Harvey Keitel, Ray Liotta, and Robert. Okay, yeah, I've definitely seen Copland. Stallone's Cobra versus Russell's Escape from L.A. Cobra. Escape from New York, fantastic. Escape from L.A., stupid. But it was fun because of the cameo of Bruce Campbell as the crazy plastic surgeon. Since Evil Dead Rise was a straight-up horror, should Evil Dead Burn be a Hardy? I don't know if we're ever going to, if that series is ever going to go back to horror comedy, because I don't think the comedy works without Ash. And Bruce has retired Ash. So I think they're just going to stay as straight horror. I don't think we're going to get... And plus, Sam Raimi's not directing them. So you're not going to get that Sam Raimi Three Stooges style of directing. You're just not. So I think it's just going to be straight up gruesome horror. Just like the 2013 remake. Which I love the 2013 remake, don't get me wrong. 7th Level reviews Spider Babe. What? Who? I don't get your comment, Outsider Gaming Night. I like that background music in the movie Cobra. Yeah. You know what has a surprisingly fun soundtrack? The third Hellboy movie that had Hopper from Stranger Things playing Hellboy. I know people have issues with the movie, but it had a great soundtrack. The soundtrack was fun. Had a lot of great songs in it. A lot of great 80s rock. And you know what? I like that movie. I like that movie. I think they could have done better than Mila Jovovich or whatever as the evil witch. But overall, I thought he did a good job as Hellboy. I like that movie. In fact, I watched it earlier today. I have it on 4K. Feel the Heat. Voice of America's Sons. Thoughts on the He-Man? I already kind of talked about that. I'm cautiously optimistic. Eugene Levy. Oh, that was Armed and Dangerous. Okay. Then I don't know National Security. I don't know what that is. Wait a minute. Oh! Ooh, ow. Magic Powers. That one ripped my beehole a little bit. Oh, man, that was painful. Escape from Chicago. We don't have to see a movie of that. That's happening in live. I think Ash vs. Evil Dead was cut too short. Well, you're right, because it wasn't getting ratings, so they canceled it. National Security was the one starring Martin Lawrence and Steve Zahn. I had to look it up. I don't think I've ever seen that one. They were planning a sequel, Escape from Earth, never got made. Well, technically, it kind of got made. But it wasn't called Escape from Earth. And it didn't star Kurt Russell. It starred the dude from Memento. He was also in... he was in that L.A. Confidential with Russell Crowe. But the guy that was in Memento was in a movie that was basically Escape from Space. You know, same thing, super badass soldier who was a criminal and blah, blah, blah. And the president's daughter or something somehow ends up on a space station, and the space station has been taken over by criminals, and they send him up there to rescue her. So it was essentially Escape from Space, but it didn't have Snake Plissken in it. And I can't remember the name of the movie now. But it's not bad. If you've never seen it, it might scratch that itch for you. Arvin, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. No offense. Walton Goggins would make a good Ash Williams replacement. I do like him in Fallout. The Blues Brothers. Not exactly a buddy cop movie, but yeah. Maybe Bruce Campbell would agree to continue Evil Dead games. I don't know. Because, the last one didn't exactly go over big because it was more that asymmetrical games as a service garbage. Don't you know, don't you know? Sorry, guys. Back pain. Back paino. Backo paino. If it starts getting really bad like this, I may have to stop doing the whole extend the show thing because it don't feel good. It don't feel good. Speaking of Sam Raimi, I wonder if they would revisit the Darkman franchise. I had heard a rumor that they were trying to do a remake of Darkman. I don't remember who they said was going to star in it. But I read a thing that Sam Raimi was trying to get a remake off the ground. We're on a mission from God. Speaking of Dan Aykroyd movies, because, I brought up the remake of Dragnet. I don't care what anyone thinks. Out of all the skits of Saturday Night Live that got made into movies, my two favorites by far are the original Wayne's World, because Wayne's World 2 sucked, and the Coneheads. I don't know why that movie has such a negative reputation. That movie is fantastic. I love Coneheads. I love Dave Thomas playing the Conehead leader. So you must not for the Garthog! Cracks me up. I watch it over and over again. I don't own it physically. I only own it digitally. That's something I need to rectify. Let me see. Was Coneheads ever released on 4K? I'm going to say no, and that you can only get it on Blu-ray. Let me see. Hold on. Just patience. Maintain low tones. Cone Heads 4K. Go. Holy shit, there is a 4K. Holy shit. And it's on sale. It's coming tomorrow. Oh, I'm happy as a pig and shit. Now, one that I'm not a fan of is My Stepmother is an Alien. I'm not a big fan of that one. Because, personally, while she was okay to look at back in the day, I think Kim Basinger is a shit actress. I don't think she was any good as an actress. Good to look at. Not good at acting. So, yeah. Not a big fan of My Stepmother is an Alien. But I love the Coneheads. Narful the Garthog! Nibs! Nibs! Maintain low tones! Beldar, I am with Cone. My flubarb has ruptured. Oh, I could quote that movie. Holy shit. Holy shit. By the way, speaking of Darkman, I have all 3 Darkman movies in a Blu-ray box set. And even though the sequels were like, crappy direct-to-video that starred the guy from The Mummy, Arnold Vosloo or whatever his name was. I miss those great movies. Cobra, Tango, and Cash. Lockup was a good one. Yeah, Lockup was good. I love Demolition Man. I have that one in 4K. Meant to ask you a couple of weeks ago. Can't remember if I did. Thoughts on the God of War TV series casting? I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem. Not so far. They might eventually piss me off, but so far I don't have a problem with it. I have not seen John Carpenter's Ghost of Mars. You are blessed, sir. You are blessed. You are blessed. That movie is horse shit hot. Do what? So do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. You sound like Dolph Lundgren in the Punisher, where he's got the gun to his head. Do it. Go ahead. Do it. Do it. Always check for 4K release. So many Blu-ray only movies ended up 4K just 2 years ago. Yeah, I'm really surprised that one got a 4K. I was thinking that it wouldn't. I was going to end up spending, $8 to get it on Blu-ray. Which, let's be honest, okay. For the most part, if you've got a DVD 4K player that's an upscaler, or a TV that does upscaling, you don't really see that much of a difference between a 4K and a Blu-ray unless you've got really awesome HDR support. Otherwise, they don't really look that different. So I'm fine with Blu-ray. Like, for example, I know that the original Smokey and the Bandit is on 4K, but I don't care because I already have all 3 on Blu-ray and they look just fine. Let's see here. I've gone through so many $5 Blu-ray and ended up upgrading to 4K just months later. Yeah, I shall enjoy it. It is time to consume mass quantities. I will enjoy it. 7th went on a short mission from God to get the Forehead Coneheads movie. Yeah, damn right. There's a lot of movies that, if I can get it on 4K for under $20, I'm there. Otherwise, I'm fine spending like $7 or $8 for the Blu-ray. Although some stuff is so rare that the Blu-rays are like $80, $90. Like I had to settle for, the movie with Al Bundy. The actor plays Al Bundy. That comedy he did, Dutch, that I love so much? I wanted it physical. The Blu-ray was over $100, so I had to settle for the DVD for like $20, and the DVD was $27. Should have been like $5, but apparently both the DVD and the Blu-ray are rare, so I had to pay $27 just for the DVD. Sucks. And that movie drops off of digital all the time. Otherwise, I would own it digitally. Because on occasion, I will still buy digital movies. On occasion, not as much as I used to. Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd, Bill Murray, Steve Martin, John Candy, etc., etc. We will never have another gifted group. That's another thing. I don't have the original Ghostbusters or Ghostbusters 2 on 4K. I have a Blu-ray 2 set that has Ghostbusters 1 and 2 on it. And then I have Afterlife and Frozen Empire on 4K. Or more correctly, 8th has those on 4K. But we don't have the original 2 on 4K. Eventually, I'm going to have to rectify that. Because what I'm trying to do is while digital physical media is still available, I'm trying to get all the movies that I ever loved as a kid and going into my teenage years, either on Blu-ray or 4K. Like, it pissed me off the other day because I bought Inner Space. Inner Space has been on Blu-ray since 2007, right? Never had a 4K release. So I went and got Inner Space for, $8, right? And I was like, yeah. And then Arrow announces a 4K release. It's $30. And I was like, no. For Christmas, 8th out of the blue asked for both of the Elvira movies. And I had no idea he was a fan of Elvira. And he was like, yeah, I think she's funny. I want both the movies. Well, one of them, the original, had been re-released by Arrow on 4K. And the second movie she did, her Elvira's Haunted Hills, was only on Blu-ray. But I got them both for it. So it's starting to surprise me what all has and hasn't been released on 4K, But why do we have, Elvira on 4K, but not Big Trouble in Little China? What is up with that? Anyway, if it wasn't for the first Darkman film, we would never have seen Spider-Man 2. Yep. Do it for getting your cone heads. Okay, I was doing the Palpatine do it. Oh, do it. So you were doing a different do it. I was thinking you were doing do it. Go ahead, do it. And instead you were like, do it. Okay. I actually like the Billy Zane Phantom. I have it on Blu-ray. Got it on Blu-ray. Also, you know what else I got on Blu-ray? The Shadow with Alec Baldwin. That's another one that I would like to be in 4K, but it's not. But that's okay, because the Blu-ray looks great. Now, you see, I love talking movies with Rob, The Order 42, but he tends to like a lot of the actual cinema stuff. And I like some of that kind of thing, but not as much as he does. He is so excited because he has this Wes Anderson box set that has every movie Wes Anderson has ever made. I have struggled to ever make it all the way through a single Wes Anderson film. To me, watching a Wes Anderson film is like watching The English Patient. It has some interesting scenery, but I struggle to stay awake. And that's nothing against Wes Anderson. I understand why people like him. He's just not for me. But the point is, Rob likes a lot of that, what I would call upper crust, higher brow cinema. He's the kind of guy that would be really thrilled to have a box set of everything that Federico Fellini ever made. That's not me. Now, I like some what I consider upper crust stuff, but for the most part, I watch schlock. And so, I will send him messages like, hey, look what I just grabbed. And it's something that he would have zero interest in whatsoever. But I'm excited because I found it. And he's like the one guy that I talk to about movies more than anybody else. And so I always send it to him. Look what I found. Batteries not included for $8 on Blu-ray. He don't give a shit. But now he likes some of, he liked some of the, I think he liked the Batman and, he liked the Dark Knight trilogy. So it's not like he likes nothing but the upper crust stuff. I'm just saying that, me and Billy, we always talk schlock, even though Billy also liked the upper crust stuff. So it's like he would talk with Rob about, stuff like the Wes Anderson type stuff as an example. But me, he would just talk about, B movies, the bottom of the barrel 80s era stuff like Ghoulies and stuff like that. So that's the kind of stuff you're mostly going to see me talking about movie wise is schlock. Although, like, for example, I would consider to be one of the more classy things I like. I recently picked up The Hunt for Red October on 4K. I love The Hunt for Red October. Great movie. I would consider that higher tier to what I usually watch. I don't know that Rob would consider it, high class cinema, but for me it is because even though it's got a Scotsman playing a Lithuanian pretending to be a Russian, but yeah. Breakdown was pretty good. Kurt Russell movie, yeah, that was a pretty good movie. Oh, by the way, let's see, where are we at now? Well, I can't do 2 hours left because technically we have 3 hours left. Well, maybe not because, like I said, where was he? Where is he? Where did he go? He's not said anything in a while, I guess. Black Cadillac released me from the extra time. So I don't know if I'm going to stay at 11 or not. It depends on my pain, guys. It depends on my pain. But we are 2 hours in. That's the point. We are 2 hours in. Did you notice all old Stallone movies had awesome songs as movie end tracks? Even Rocky V's track was awesome. Yeah, he was pretty good at picking soundtrack. Like, I love the soundtrack to Over the Top. Over the Top has a great... Over the Top does not have a 4K release. However, it is on Blu-ray and it's only $8. I'm not going to buy it today, but I am going to add it to my list. No, you know what? Screw it. It's $8. I'll buy it today. It's $8. There we go. This conversation is starting to get expensive. Have you ever seen Grumpy Old Men? I saw all the Grumpy Old Men's. I think there was at least two. I think there was two. And then one of them died. And so they couldn't make a third one. I think. Yeah, there was two. Speaking of 4K movies, don't you sometimes miss watching certain films in VHS quality? No, I do not. I never liked the VHS format. It never was good enough for me. And when CDs came out, CD music, and then they started putting video games on CD, I told all my friends, you watch, they're going to find a way to put these movies on CD and they're going to look ultra sharp compared to VHS. And so when DVD was announced, I couldn't have been happier because I was right. And I really wanted it. Patriot Games was good. I'm not as big a fan of the Jack Ryan movies that Harrison Ford did, honestly. I did like Air Force One, though, even though that's not a Jack Ryan movie. I did like Air Force One. Although that CG crash at the plane at the end has not aged well at all. Hell, it didn't even look good when that movie was new. That CG sequence was balls even when it was new. Flight of the Intruder is underrated, but not to the extreme. Oh, with Danny Glover? I was surprised they made an NES game of that. That was weird. When you get Wes, make sure it's Wes Craven. Yes. Although I'm sick of Scream. All of Wes Anderson's films have a monotonous feel to it. If that makes any sense. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Based off the novel, I know. One of my favorite actors in Red October was Richard Jordan, who was the CIA office guy. Last role was Amistad in Gettysburg. Original cast and Nichols in The Fugitive, but died before. Yeah. First Blood was... Yes, I know First Blood was based on a novel. You want Happy Gilmore in 4K. Okay. I would like Little Nicky in 4K. There's a new steelbook release of Little Nicky coming out, but I don't think it's 4K. I think it's just a Blu-ray steelbook re-release, which kind of made me wonder, huh? Thoughts on The Mandalorian and Obi-Wan? I liked the fight sequence between Obi-Wan and Vader. The rest of the show was crap. And Mandalorian was good for the first 2 seasons, but then it shat the bed with season 3. Tornado watch and warnings all around me. Oh, fun. We had some bad weather earlier today, but there were no twisters or anything. It was just rain. Did you have a favorite movie of 2025? Asking cause of the Oscars this year. A favorite movie that I watched in 2025. Not really. The best I can give you is a movie that I was pleasantly surprised by. And I watched it just the other day. It was like a couple of days ago. And that's Predator Badlands. I really liked that movie. I didn't think I would because it was a PG-13 film. But, yes, it's a little bit more comedy than the original Predators movie were. Although the original Predator had some comedy in it. This one has kind of cutesy, almost MCU comedy because he ends up having this little alien buddy that looks up to him and mimics everything that he does. That's kind of following him around in the jungle, and so there's a lot of comedy with that little character. But overall, man, I really liked that movie. I thought it was fun. And eventually I will own that one on 4K. Because I already have I don't have Prey. I wasn't that big a fan of Prey. But I already have the Predator box set on 4K, which has Predator, Predator 2, Predators, and The Predator on it. I only really like the first 2 films. But, yeah. Do you have a favorite? I already answered that. The movie First Blood is more of an action drama, but parts of the novel come off as a horror book. Do you think Sting's son will make it in pro wrestling? Wouldn't know. I haven't watched him. Should you be the 3 Rangers? What? I'm not sure I understand that question. Still waiting for all the diehards to come to 4K. I only care about the first 3. They can give me the first 3 on 4K. I'll be happy with that. Because I didn't like 4 or 5 at all. Only people who... Because in 4, he became this indestructible superhero. That's running around on the top of Harrier jets and crap. Leave that to True Lies. Not John McClane. Still waiting for... only people who liked that Super Bowl Mando ad was Cameron Pasha and his crew. Okay. Stallone monologue at the end of First Blood is Oscar worthy. I don't know what was a standard during that over there. Well, and then they just turned him into generic action movies, which, don't get me wrong, I loved Rambo 2 as much as the next guy. But you got to admit, that was a definite drop in quality from First Blood to Rambo 2, Rambo 3, so on and so forth. Can't wait for spring, but without the tornadoes and other crazy weather, just want the heat. I'm in Alexandria, LA, directly east. Oh, I'm in Alexandria, directly east of you. Check the weather radar on your other screen, Meteorologist 7. Okay, fine. Be that way, man. Weather.com. 58 degrees, partly cloudy, 5-mile-an-hour winds, air quality good, hourly weather, no rain, dew point, blah, blah, blah. Where's my radar? Where's my radar? Let's see. Looks like there's a little bit of something going on northeast, a little bit southwest of Marlin. So I'm guessing that's around where you're at. Somewhere in there. I'm assuming. Trying to zoom in so I can try to... You said you're in Alexandria? I'm not even seeing Alexandria on the map. To the east. Where is it? Is it like a really small town? Lott, Chilton, Bruceville, Galinda, Lorena, Marlin, Reagan. I'm not seeing Alexandria. I'm not sure where that is. Oh well. Directly east of me. I do not see Alexandria directly east of me. The next town that shows up on the map that's directly east of me is Rosebud. I'm not seeing Alexandria at all. Here, I'll just do a city search. Let me just do that. Let me just do that. Alexandria, Texas. I look up Alexandria and it tells me College Station, Texas, or Greenville, Texas, or Deer Park, Texas, but it doesn't give me just an Alexandria, Texas. What up with that? I liked Predator Badlands, but I don't really like how humanized Deck was. I didn't think it was all that humanized. I mean, he was maintaining typical storyline of that race. You know, I mean, let's be honest. The Predators, I can't remember the Jalta or whatever they're called. They're basically rip-offs of the Klingons, okay? And that's pretty much what you saw in that movie, is because he was the runt of the litter. They just wanted him killed off, and so he's trying to prove himself as a warrior, and that just because he isn't 8 foot tall doesn't mean that, you know, he can't be a brutal killer. Was the whole point of the movie. But then he starts to care about more than just killing, and so I understand, a little humanized, but you don't. I think it's all right for there to be a little bit of that in Predator without going overboard with it. The Three Rangers is from Airheads. No, they were called the Lone Rangers. Remember? He's like, why are you called the Lone Rangers? There's 3 of you. You're not exactly lone. That's why I didn't get your joke. Because they're not called the Three Rangers. They're called the Lone Rangers. The 4th Rambo was like, what the? Yeah. Which Die Hard had him and his son falling through a bunch of horizontally placed windows? That was the 5th one, wasn't it? In Russia. Happens in Russia. Alexandria in the center of Louisiana. Well, that's not directly to the east of me, because I'm in Texas. I'm not in Louisiana. What's the matter with you? you what, can't even trust my fans to at least have high school level geography. Come on. Come on. Come on, man. I tell you. Oh, shit. I'm hurting, y'all. Now I'm hurting in my back, and I'm hurting right across here. Right across my midriff. My belly. I'm hurting in my belly. It's painful, y'all. Wait a minute. Ah, not hurting no more. No, I'm kidding. I'm still hurting. Ugh. Tight as a drum. Maybe I ate the wrong thing today. I had pork chops with all the fat cut off, so I don't know why and we're not talking big pork chops. We're talking like little things like this. Pork chop coins, I guess you could call them. Louisiana, the Quebec of America. Well, you know, my mother's side of the family is from there. My mother was, her ancestors were what you would call, or back then they referred to them as Black French, which is basically just Cajun. Cajun. You know, the ancestors of the frogs that came over for the Louisiana Purchase. Yeah. That's her side of the family. Irritable bowel syndrome. Yes. Hurts across here. Well, it's a combination of the irritable bowel syndrome and another problem, because irritable bowel syndrome would be down here closer to the navel, or a little bit above the navel. What I'm having is right here. That's your stomach, and what it's called is gastroparesis, or otherwise known as stomach paralysis. Basically, diabetes messes with your nerves. It can cause nerve damage, and that vagus nerve runs right through the stomach, and when the vagus nerve can cause problems, which it can also cause the atrial fib, what it can cause is that your stomach digests food way slower than it should, and so something that would normally take 30 minutes to digest and leave the stomach can be in there for hours, and that can cause it to feel pressure and bloating, and in worst case scenarios, intense stabbing pain that feels like a fist trying to force its way out of your gut that can last for anywhere from 1 to 6 hours. And you're just sitting there, So I have to be very cautious about how many times I eat a day and space those meals out, and how much I eat. And I'm not always the greatest at keeping track of all that, which is why I occasionally have an attack. And, it can feel like a gallbladder attack, but it's not. So, like I've told you guys, there's always something causing me pain. I never have any moment, even when I'm sleeping, where I'm not in some kind of pain. It just is what it is. Enjoy your youth while you have it. Make the most of it, man. Don't hesitate on things. While you're still healthy enough to do the things that you've always wanted to do, go do them. Because there will come a time where your health goes downhill and you'll have plenty of things left that you never got around to doing that now you're physically incapable of doing. Don't let it get that far like I did. Get out there and do it. My southern ancestors were Western North Carolinians and Shenandoah Virginians. Sorry, I misread that totally. It's like, how did you even get here? Shenandoah Virginians. Well, like I said, my family on my mother's side was Cajun. Family on my father's side were Scottish immigrants that came over after the Civil War. In the 1880s or something like that. So, what I'm trying to say is that my ancestry is a-holes on both sides. So that, you have a-holes on both sides of your ancestry, you end up with the seventh. I'm just saying. I might get tested for SIBO. Acadian or Creole? I believe Creole. Not 100% on that. Eat some whole grain, seventh. You need fiber. Had a salted baked potato for the first time in years with a small amount of sour cream, chives, cheddar, and bacon. Oh, I love loaded baked potatoes. Love loaded baked potatoes. If I ever go and get a steak dinner, I always get a loaded baked potato. It's just something I do, y'all. It's just something I do. I also typically get mac and cheese. The problem, seventh, is I'm 34 and it looks like I'm already there. My health sucks since my 20s. That blows. That blows. I haven't felt good since around 2010. 2010, I had gone through my divorce. I had gone through being out of work for 6 months. And I went through a period where I just didn't feel like doing anything. So I was out of work. And so I was just sleeping 14 and 15 hours a day and only eating once. And I lost over 100 pounds in 3 months. And I felt great. I had energy. I had get up and go. Once I got over the general depression of being divorced and not having a job. Once I got over that, I felt great. I had energy for days. I didn't have any pain. I could get up, walk around, everything. But then when I started working again, and I went back to eating 3 meals a day, my weight shot right back up again. Took, about a year. And I felt like crap ever since. But when it really got bad was when they put me on third shift. Then my whole metabolism went out of whack, and I got even bigger than I ever was. I'm not that big now, but I'm still way bigger than I ought to be. I'm pretty sure I had an early form of IBS when I was a kid, which started with being constipated all the time. You sure you don't have like diverticulitis maybe? The Shenandoah Virginians were Pennsylvania Dutch who moved to Virginia before the Revolution. My 3X great-grandmother's family. Ah, the Dutch. Well, that explains a lot. I'm kidding, Mike. Have you ever played Age of Empires, board or video game? I played Age of Empires on PC back in the day. Never played the board game, though. Ever since I was 21 and I don't drink or don't smoke, never... Remember when you could eat whatever you wanted no matter what time it was and still felt normal? Dude, for those of you who are familiar with the South, I could go to Crystal, buy a sack of 12 cheese crystals, 2 Crystal Chicks, and a large fry, and eat all of it over the course of an hour and have no pain. I did it regularly when I was in my early 20s, living on my own because the Crystal was right up the street. What'd you give the State of Play out of 7? It was a solid 5.5. 7th, I remember watching you since I was 15 on the Xbox One review. I'm 23 now. Glad to see you're still active, brother man. Well, I'm glad to see you back watching, sir. I appreciate that. That was my most popular anything that I've ever made. I've never made anything that even came close to that one video. That's where I peaked, sir. I appreciate that you remember it, though. I appreciate you remember it. Thanks for stopping by. Why don't you make it a regular thing? You can join my Rogues Gallery that shows up every weekend. Shoot the shit. What's up, 7th? What's up, the Enemy TV? What's up? I like it better at 16. By my 16th birthday, I was 6'2", 177 pounds. Wow. Had the energy of a bull, Still had gut issues, but hey, they were easy to manage. Enemy TV. I've been watching 7th Level since 2013. Xbox One review was hilarious. See, a lot of my audience didn't even come from the Trey Brotherhood days. Some of you did, but a lot of you didn't start watching me until you found that Xbox One review, because that thing broke like 1.2 million views. It went ultra viral, at least for a small YouTuber like me. And do you know why? Because one of the old console war YouTubers, Icy Rhythms, who is still around, took a link to that review of the Xbox One and posted it in the NeoGAF forums, where there was a whole bunch of stuck-up Xbot a-holes. And so most of the traffic that video got was fanboy hatred from NeoGAF. And it pushed it into the algorithm like mad. I made over $1,000 off of that one video. I made enough money to pay for a vacation to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Paid for the hotel, the food, everything. And your favorite Chinese food is pepper steak with fried rice and those sugar-fried bread Chinese donuts. Well, I like egg rolls. And the egg rolls that I like are more like, they're like spring rolls. You know, they're big and thick like this. Boy, that just looks really gay, doesn't it? They're not thin little egg rolls. They have girth. I'm still sounding gay, but you know what I'm saying. They're most places call them spring rolls, but where I go, they call them egg rolls, and they're really crunchy, and mostly have like lettuce and stuff in the middle of them, but they're good. I always get two egg rolls. And, I like to eat them front to back like this. I'm kidding. Anyway, I came across you from either Glock Ninja, really? Or British Fanboy. British Fanboy. I don't remember anyone called British Fanboy, but I did have a fan from Britain. A diehard fan. He was not called British Fanboy, though. He was called Astute Class. Astute Class. And he was one of my diehard fans. We even played games together a couple of times. Yeah. But Glock Ninja, I never got along with Glock Ninja. I never got along with him because I thought he was a moron. In fact, one of the most popular things I ever did was I was interviewed by Hellhound 30X on his channel, and the subject of Glock Ninja came up, and I just spent a good 10 minutes just ripping into him, just really tearing him down, and he never really had anything to do with me after that, and I don't blame him. That being said, he deserved everything that I said. Your phone must have blown up like crazy when you went viral. I had a video pull 56,000 views and my phone wouldn't shut up. Yeah. Although back then, I didn't use my cell phone nearly as much as I do now. I'm a lot more active on my cell phone than I was back then. I found Dad with the Xbox video too. I like stir-fry rice noodle. I remember you from 2009. I might have seen your first video. I do remember the skits the old Mrs. Seventh used to be in. Well, those were the Mrs. Seventh skits. That would have been from like 2014. She wasn't around in 2009. We were together from like 2012 to 2016. So we were together 4 years. But she was like second Mrs. Seventh. And we never actually married. We were like common law. But yeah, that wasn't until like 2013 or 2014. It was she was only in two of them. She was in the Division review, and she was in the Black Ops 3 review, I think. I remember even when I went to Munich, Germany back in 24, and I tuned into the 7thCast in my hotel room at like 3 in the morning. I have gone international. Do you remember Zaire? Oh, Next Gen 720, of course. Of course. Glock Ninja is still on YouTube, but he just does knives and stuff and survival gear. Yeah, a lot of like one of the Trey Brotherhood guys that I covered, uh, P-Bone 34. He transitioned to basically having a Second Amendment pro firearms channel, but he's still on YouTube too. Glock Ninja was the one that said video games were a necessity, not a I'm not a perk, but you know, he was saying that they were a necessity of daily life or some crap, like they were on the same level as groceries. I didn't get a cell phone until I was 23 in 2014. I had one of the early ones. Like I had one of the Motorola flip phones when I worked at Circuit City. That was my first cell phone. All work and no play makes 7th a dull boy. Yes, it does. I remember your Halo 3 and God of War 3 review and your Hannah Montana. Yeah. All classics. If you're a paid, some of those are still on this channel, buried in the DBTS section. Now, if you're a paid member, you also get access to all of the old console war videos that I had that are still available. Some of them were permanently deleted, a couple of them. But like, for instance, when I held the funeral for Black Baron, that video is in there. Have you heard about Sony putting up PS5s for rent? No, I had not heard anything about that. P-Bone's not done a video in a while. Well, he helped out. He helped out with the Trey for Life series. He linked me to some old videos that I used. Tornado warning. Help. Lol. Jeez Louise. Alexandria, Louisiana. Let me look at the map. Yeah, there's like a big red line of a front going right across the state. That's the front that came across Texas several hours ago, and all we got from it is rain. But it looks like y'all got the bonus plan. That being said, though, it's like that front hasn't actually gotten to Alexandria yet. It's headed your way, but I'm not seeing any rotation. It just looks like a straight wall that's coming across. I'm not seeing any big rotation there. So, I mean, that little thing, there's a little thing, there's what looks like a little protrusion on the back end of it that's maybe a little bit southwest of Alexandria, that could turn into some rotation. But for the most part, if anything, this looks like you would get like some really bad, maybe some bad straight line winds. But I'm not, other than that one little spot, I'm not necessarily seeing rotation that's like tornado worthy. But then again, I'm not a meteorologist, so what the hell do I know? I'm just a 7th. Tim Dog recently pivoted to political content on Twitter. Looks like he finally gave up on Xbox. Well, he gave up on Xbox a long time ago when Phil Spencer kind of took the wind out of his sails. Uh, I mean, to this day, Tim Dog won't talk to me because I was talking to him on Twitter and basically was making fun of him for still being a fanboy for Xbox, and he stopped talking to me. But he always struck me as having a touch of the tism anyway. So, which nothing wrong with that, but uh, he had a touch of the tism that you know made him want to suck Phil Spencer's boner. I don't know how else to put it, but I love video games. Are very not on the same level as food in terms of no. The Best Buy stalker. Yes. I can't believe he did that. I cannot believe he did that. That's what I mean by a touch of the tism. And while I use my phone for other stuff besides calling, I still don't feel the need to use it like a Swiss. Yeah. I've been married once and will never do it again. I'm 38 and enjoying my freedom. How old were you when you first got divorced? I don't remember. I don't remember. Okay, so I was 34 when I got divorced. I was 34. It's the same year I got on YouTube. Got divorced in January, hopped on YouTube in July 2009. I was 34. It's a good thing I don't get tornadoes where I live. Best hopes for all my Tornado Alley residents. I live at the very bottom tip of Tornado Alley. And notice, we just got rain, and then once it headed east and got into that Louisiana corridor, now it's looking rough. This is what people mean when they say that they feel Tornado Alley is shifting east. Doesn't mean that Texas still don't get twisters. They do, but they don't seem to get them at the level that they were getting them. 7th, have you played the Souls series or Bloodborne? I remember you had... No, I'm not into Souls games. I'm not into Souls games. That's 8th. 8th, my son, 8th, he plays the Souls games. He's a master at them. He's pretty much beat every one there is. Given what I said about phones and technology, some may refer to me as a boom-millennial or a millennial X. Well, I'm Gen X, 1974. I am Gen X as it gets. It's just that I'm a Gen Xer who evolves with the times somewhat. Not in my beliefs or who I am as a person, but as far as like embracing new technology, listening to new music, not always being stuck listening to just 80s stuff and old school punk rock and whatnot. I'll embrace new music. I'll embrace new tech, that kind of thing. I'm not stuck in the 80s. Now my dad wouldn't embrace new nothing except for new movies. But even then, if you gave him the option, he'd rather watch a John Wayne movie than anything that was coming out new. He was very slow to embrace anything on a technological level. It took me forever. It took us forever to where we got our first VCR. I was 17 before we got our first camcorder, and some of that was because of money limitations, but a lot of it was just because, my dad was a product of the late 50s, early 60s. He was born in 1942. He was a teenager in the late 50s, and then his early 20s going into the 60s. So there was a much greater generational gap between me and my father and me and 8th. Me and 8th, we're like this. We're like best friends, And I'd still have to play the dad role and guide him on some things because, he's 23, but sometimes he still needs to be pointed in the right direction under certain things. But for the most part, he handles himself quite fine. I believe I did a good job. But, there's no generational gap, really. I mean, there's some musical stuff that he's into, and his political leanings are a little bit more left of center than me. Not by much. I'm mostly a centrist. I have conservative leanings, but, I'm mostly a centrist. He leans a little left of center. Not too far, but a little bit left. but he and I get along fantastically. We like a lot of the same things. Sometimes I'll find a new band that he hasn't heard of, and he really goes after them. Sometimes he finds a new band that I really like. You know, it just is how it is. Did someone say John Wayne Pilgrim? Yes, I did. Are you a fan of the band Dragon Force? There's a song or two by them that I like. 8th has actually seen them live. I have not. Ever liked a band or musician that didn't speak English? Not really. My console war experience was 8th gen when PS4 was dominant and the Xbox fanboys were absolutely mental. Well, I got started when it came to the console wars. I started with PS3 and 360. Iowa still gets nasty tornadoes, but the window they happen in is much smaller. Oh, magic powers. Are you a fan of the band? I just answered that. I've been single for most of my life for reasons I just don't feel like I can handle the relationship stuff, and I look like a thin Terminator, scares the shit out of women. At least you're honest. At my age, I don't care about anything but friends with benefits at this point. That's the only kind of relationships I have with women anymore. It's just friends with benefits. When I was living in Opelousas, I don't know. Now in Lafayette, I was worried about the power going out. Slimco sucks, worst power company in Louisiana. I'm thinking about switching to base power here in Texas because they will they'll hook up a large battery system to your solar panels, because my house came with solar panels for $640, and they charge a lower kilowatt hour than what I'm currently paying, and those batteries can give you up to 48 hours of electrical power if your power goes out. So, you know, you wouldn't want to run everything in the house, but you'd at least be able to keep your refrigerator running and your air conditioning running for 48 hours off of those batteries. I'm seriously considering doing that. I just became a first-time father to a baby boy. Any advice you would like to share? Is it firstborn baby, a male child? If the baby starts throwing up everything that it eats to the point where it's losing weight instead of gaining weight, take them to the emergency room and tell them that the baby needs to be checked for pyloric stenosis. It is a common birth defect of firstborn white males. Actually, it's not white males. It's just firstborn males in general, if I remember right. Basically, at the bottom of your stomach, you have a muscle that's called the pyloric sphincter. And it's the muscle that opens and contracts to let food out of the stomach. Well, some babies, for some reason, firstborn male babies can sometimes be born with that muscle atrophied where it won't open up. It's kind of stuck like a closed fist. And so the baby starts throwing up a lot, and you know, your doctor will say, oh, they're just allergic to the formula, and put you on a different like Nutrimogen or something like that, and but that's not what it is. So if you get to the point where everything that baby you put down that baby's throat comes right back up, take them to the emergency room, tell them I want this baby checked for pyloric stenosis, because if they do have it, you have to have laparoscopic surgery. They cut a little hole here and a little hole here and a little hole in the middle of the belly button, and they go in, and what they do is they put tiny little slices in that muscle that forces it to open up so the food can get out. And over time, those little cuts heal up on their own, and it'll just naturally start opening and closing the way it's supposed to. 8th had to have that surgery done when he was 3 months old. And it just so happened that we lived in Tampa, and the doctor who had actually invented the surgery and the surgical tools for pyloric stenosis surgery on an infant was only, down the street in Clearwater. And, or not St. Pete. He was down in St. Pete. And so we took 8th to the St. Pete Children's Hospital, and the expert on that surgery did the surgery on him, and he was fine just like that. He was kicking and smiling and laughing and gaining weight almost instantly. But it's something to look out for. Once your kid gets to be about 5 years old, go on PSN, have him play Little Big Planet. Within a few months of starting Little Big Planet, he'll be ahead of the kids. He'll be ahead of the other kids in the class. You just watch. Anyway, you should check out the band Rammstein. Okay. I did not get a PS1 until 3 years later. Same thing with N64. I was born in 95. I was 21 in 95. So I'm in that awkward area where my age group basically has the worst of both worlds regarding millennials. Yeah. My politics are basically center-right. I lean a little bit to the right. Eighth leans a little bit to the left. But we still have some conservative ideas in common, like the Second Amendment and things like that. The PS4 was the first console I had the year of its release. I started doing that with the Super Nintendo. I bought the Super Nintendo the year it came out. I was working at Far More Video at the time. I could afford to buy my own console, so I didn't have to wait. My parents have a house in Ruskin, which is around Tampa. "72-mile-per-hour gust just registered." Straight line winds, baby. Straight line winds. Don't know that you're going to get a tornado, but watch out for the straight lines. Those can take a roof off if they hit strong enough. 100-mile-an-hour winds, you don't need a tornado for that. You can get that from straight line winds, and they can take a roof off. No problem, Brother Natural. No problemo. Oh. Man, it's hurt. It's hurt. Well, I tell you what. I'm not gonna. Since he freed me of that, I'm not gonna go till 11:20, but I'll give y'all another hour. I'll go to 10:20 because he didn't pay solely for the first hour. He paid for part of it, and then another guy paid for it. So I'll give you the extra hour to 10:20. But I'm hurting too bad to go to 11:20, and I'm just not gonna do this kind of thing anymore. If y'all donate, you donate, but until my health improves, I'm going to have to stop doing these 4, 5, and 6 hour streams. It just hurts too bad. Or I may have to do it on a day by day kind of thing, because sometimes I will sit down here and I have no pain all night long, and I can just go and go and go and go. But then other nights, it's rough. It's rough. I don't see being pro-gun as something conservative because I live in Ohio and I grew up with people on both sides who were pro-gun. But the left I grew up around were no far left. Yeah, I know. Things are different now. Things are different. Things are a lot different. I mean, I thought it was bad in the early 90s when Clinton was president and all of that politically correct stuff first started. I thought it was kind of bad and lame then. But it's nothing compared to the last, 12 years. The last 12 years have been god awful. God awful. Lucky Dog. Lucky Dog Guitars. You need a guitar. You want something that looks really nice and you're not afraid to spend $3,000. Reach out to Lucky Dog. Tell old Anthony that 7th sent you. I was able to get my dad into anime. It's pretty easy because he loves Avatar. Not my dad. I couldn't even get my dad to watch horror movies. I couldn't even get my dad to play video games with me. Not even something like Pong. He didn't even like pinball, and they had pinball his generation. They'd go down to the diner, the drive-in diner, and they'd play pinball and put coins in the jukebox kind of thing. Happy Days type stuff. He just he had no interest in trying anything like that and didn't understand why I liked him. That's why I'm saying, we had a certain level of disconnect because he was an outdoorsman and he was a sports guy. He loved football and baseball and all this stuff. And here I was, I loved video games and pro wrestling and punk rock. So, you know, the relationship I had with my father, I loved my father and he loved me, but it was not the way me and Eighth are. Not even close. Uh, as far as my dad was concerned, I could have been uh, his favorite alien from another planet because that's how different we were in so many ways. I mean, he even aged differently than me. You know, uh, he aged way faster than I have. I'm 51, and the way I look at 51 is how he looked at 41. By the time he made it to 62, you would have thought he was like an overweight 75-year-old man. I don't know why he aged that way. I'm assuming that the stress of being a policeman did it to him. What's the coldest day I remember? Coldest days I've ever experienced were during the 1993 blizzard, but I don't remember how cold it got. It got cold enough that I almost got frostbite in my toes. Tornado warning 7th, streaming, and half-day old pizza. What a Saturday night. I wish I had day-old pizza. I could go for some day-old pizza right now. My dad gets vertigo watching me play games, so he can't play. The rise of the Karens and social media have a lot to do with that. Yeah. Social media is a cancer. Social media should be destroyed. I know it would mean that we wouldn't get to talk too much, but for the good of humanity, yeah. Did your dad watch No, he did not watch pro wrestling. That being because he was one of the first to ever say to me, "Son, that stuff's fake. Why you watch that stuff? It's all fake. It's predetermined." But he did understand that I liked it enough to where he took me one time, twice actually. He took me to see wrestling live twice. He took me to the UTC Roundhouse to see NWA, so I got to see Ric Flair, the Road Warriors, Sting, Tully Blanchard, Arn Anderson, the usual suspects at the UTC Roundhouse in Chattanooga. And then he took me to the, I want to say it was February 1991, Saturday night's main event, WWF, again at the UTC Arena. And the main event was Mr. Perfect and the Genius versus Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior. And that was the match that set up their WrestleMania match because at the end of the match, Warrior accidentally hit Hogan with a clothesline, and Hogan misunderstood what happened, and that set up the enmity between the two to set up the match. So if you can go back, that match is not only on YouTube, it's also all of the Saturday night main events, if I'm not mistaken, are on Netflix. So if you go and watch that Saturday night main event from February 91, you won't be able to see us, but about halfway up the section there, not on the floor in front of the ring, but that halfway up the section is right on the edge of one of them is me and my dad sitting there watching. So that's kind of neat. Oh, magic powers. Do you have thoughts on the Epstein? No, not getting into political stuff. You should know that, Raymond. My father loved sports, soccer games. I remember when my father, yeah, not my dad. Could be worse. You could have been adopted by a Dutch couple to be evil. Couldn't you be more evil? I like I like video games, rock music, comic books, but I also like to get out, shoot guns, go fishing. I was never really an outdoorsy kid, except that I liked to play like wiffle ball in the street, kickball, uh, get on BMX and go riding through dirt trails down through the woods. I do that kind of stuff. But when it came to like hunting and fishing and camping out wasn't for me. Didn't like it. And so, I would go fishing with my dad, not because I liked to fish, but because it was something that he liked to do. And so, I would let him think that I liked to fish, just so he wouldn't feel guilty about me feeling obligated to go fishing with him. And I was so good at making him think that I like to fish that he bought me a fishing rod for my graduation present. Yeah. I took all of my money that I got from my graduation from all of our relatives, and I went and bought a Sega CD with it. Let's see here. You haven't lived until you're on a baseball field and you see a tornado coming for you. Ouch. Day-old pizza isn't bad as long as you heat it up. Yeah. 7th, do you think Myrtle Beach or Savannah is superior? I like Myrtle Beach because there's more to do. Savannah is fun to explore, but Myrtle Beach has more fun stuff to do. Myrtle Beach is it's like Gatlinburg on the beach. What are your thoughts on the movie The Wrestler? It was okay. I don't think it's as great as people make it out to be, but it was good. 7th, is basketball fake too? Lately, I kind of wonder, although I don't, I'm not a big sports watcher, but some of the things that I've read about and whatnot kind of makes me wonder, because you had that controversy with the college player that was throwing games and stuff for money. Makes you wonder how often that goes on. I'll be honest, 7th, the social media died. I'd miss these 7thCasts. I like talking to you in the chat. I get it. When I said I was basically center right, I was thinking that I'm pro-capitalism, anti-socialism. Well, so am I. I'm not down with socialism. With 8th, when I say he leans left, I mean that he's more accepting of the whole gender fluid stuff than I am. Which I've had friends that are trans, but I'm a little bit more conservative in that regard because. I'm not going to get into the politics of it, but he's a little bit more just, whatever you want to be, that's cool as long as you don't force it on me kind of thing. That's the way he is. So he has friends that are like all across the spectrum there. Let's see here. My dad had a coworker who liked wrestling, and we got to go to a Monday Night Raw. Me and 8th have been to a Monday Night Raw. We went to a Monday Night Raw and November or December of 2016 before we moved to Texas. We were there in Charlotte, North Carolina. I think the main event was like Becky Lynch versus whoever the one was that used to call herself the Boss. And I remember the final move was they were up in the rafters or they were up in the stands, and one of them put the other one in a submission hold wrapped around one of the security, one of the one of the safety bars, like they were a pretzel, and that's how they won. Do you like the Blade Runner movies? Yes. I don't have a favorite between the two. When my grandpa moved up from Oklahoma, he brought his boat, and we went fishing for that first year and a half. And he would cook what we caught. It was pretty. That's another thing. My dad loved to bring home fish and cook what he ate or cook what he caught. I don't like fish. I don't like seafood in general. I don't eat any kind of seafood. I don't like the texture. I don't like the flavor. When I was little, Yeah, Sasha Banks. It was Becky Lynch versus Sasha Banks, if I remember right. Definitely Sasha Banks was in it, but I think she was wrestling Becky Lynch in the main event. Anyway, uh, when I was little, the closest to being into seafood was I would eat the fillet of fish sandwich at McDonald's, or I would eat Long John Silver when I was real little. But I outgrew it to where I didn't want to eat it no more. Was it me, or was the mid to late '90s the best WWE era? The Attitude Era was the best WWE era, no question of it. It also had some of the worst stuff like Sable and whatnot. Sable was awful. You know, I'm not gonna decry a man for enjoying some eye candy, but when it comes to wrestling, and it was someone who clearly didn't know how to wrestle, and they were just there to be jiggly, that I didn't care for. That I didn't care for. I remember that match. I think it was the night that Ric Flair came out and raised Sasha Banks' hand. I can't remember if he did that or not, but it was in Charlotte, North Carolina, late 2016. Would have been November or December. I was just glad to see Stone Cold Steve Austin live before he retired. I never got to see him live. What about lake fish? Like, nope, no seafood, no lake food, no seafood. I don't eat shrimp. Don't eat shrimp. I don't eat anything that looks like an insect. So, no shrimp, no crabs, no lobster, no crayfish, no crawdads, nothing. They just look like bugs to me. Yes, women's wrestling has come a long way since the '90s. It's just a shame that, you know, uh, China destroyed her own reputation, uh, to where at least she could have a legacy post mortem. But you know now she's just the one who had a mental breakdown and got into porn, just like Sunny. Sunny's reputation is ruined because she just became a drug addict and an alcoholic and a porn whore, and ended up killing somebody because she couldn't stop herself from driving drunk. Well, she reaps what she sows. I hope she never gets out. I hope she dies in there. That's what she gets because she had opportunity after opportunity to pull herself out of that mess. And instead, we have a person who died. And so, yeah, she can rot in prison for the rest of her life. I remember getting good at high school wrestling in South Carolina, won my first tournament there. I was, again, I was not a sports person, but our wrestling coach was constantly trying to talk me into getting into wrestling because he felt I had a good build for it. And I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because I valued my personal time and my free time too much to devote myself to something like that. I just wouldn't do it. They could never talk me into it. Even on an academic level, uh, they want. There was one year where they wanted me in the academic Olympics for science, and at first I went along with it because I thought it might be a laugh. Magic powers, but when I realized how often I was having to stay after school to prepare for that stuff, I was like, you know what? Have my alternate go. I'm done. I'm done. I'm not even getting to enjoy time in computer lab anymore. I'm not doing this. I quit. And I walked out. Pissed so many people off. But my parents stood by my decision. My dad was like, you don't want to do it? Don't do it. And so I didn't. My grandpa did deep fried bluegill with French fries. I used to catch a lot of bluegill up in Harrison Bay area. X-Pac got out of that situation unscathed. Kind of unfair. Yeah, they are bugs, but you're not going to find lobster and shrimp crawling around in a low-income apartment. You're not wrong. Sonny is pure evil, if I'm being honest. As somebody who is watching the old pay-per-views on Netflix, evil never looked so good as Sonny from 1996 to 1990. Oh, I'm not saying she wasn't attractive. She was cute. She was cute, but cute only gets you so far. Which is your favorite between Pixar, DreamWorks, or Disney? I'm not overly fond of any of them anymore. Uh, Disney would have been my answer easily because of Aladdin and The Lion King and especially Hunchback of Notre Dame. That's I know a lot of people don't like that one, but that's actually one of me and Eight's favorites. I hate that they haven't released that one on 4K. We have it on Blu-ray, but they haven't released it on 4K yet. We have The Lion King, Lilo and Stitch, Aladdin, and Beauty and the Beast on 4K. And most of the other ones that we like have not been released on Blu-ray or 4K, and the remaining ones that have been released on 4K, like Mulan, we're not really that big of a fan of. So, it is what it is. I will tell you this: Eighth was completely obsessed with Stitch when he was a kid. I've talked about his little Stitch baby that he carried around like his teddy bear when he was little. But Lilo and Stitch, the series, he never missed an episode. Yeah, other kids had Pokemon. He had Lilo and Stitch, the series. He knew every cousin by heart. He knew all the cousins. It's crazy. The only female wrestlers I cared for was Tori, Trish Stratus, and Stacy Keibler. I liked Trish Stratus, and I liked who was her arch rival? The one that used to come out with the Hardy Boys. I liked her. The one that was kind of punk rock. What was her name again? God, I just saw her on TV the other day too. Lita. Yeah, I used to really like Lita. I thought Lita was great. I like Trish Stratus. Later on, I liked Bret Hart's niece. Can't remember her name now either. The blonde one. I thought she was great. But overall, I haven't really gotten into female wrestling all that much. What is Eight's favorite VR game? Half-Life Alyx. Eighth appears. Dun, 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 dun. What are you doing in here? What are you doing in here? I got about an hour left, Eighth. Got about an hour left. Well, about 45 minutes left. I've got about 45 minutes left. Lita, aka Amy Newman, she has her own punk rock band, or used to. Yeah, I was impressed with her. I thought she was good. Victoria was kind of underrated. I mean, for her time, Medusa Maselli was good, aka Alundra Blaze. She was good for her time, but she was no Lita and she was no Trish Stratus. Rhea Ripley is good. I do like Rhea Ripley. She's not my type physically, but I like her attitude, you know. I mean, in some ways she's my type physically because, you know, I like brunettes and I like, you know, the kind of the snarkiness of her, but she's also a little bit on the too muscular side for me, you know. Lita was more my speed. But as a wrestler, I love Rhea Ripley. She's great as a wrestler. Female wrestlers look like variants of each other these days. Most wear over-the-top hairpieces, similar face. Yeah. But, you know, ones like Rhea Ripley stand out. They stand out. And that's one of the things I liked about Lita, was that, you know, Lita would come out in, like, you know, baggy baggy cargo pants and a long sleeve shirt. You know, she had kind of a grunge punk look. She didn't come out in skin tight, and she wasn't like showing off her boobs and all this stuff. I mean, she did have the whole thing where she was like having an affair with Edge or whatever, but you know, whatever. I stopped watching wrestling in '04 because by then Stone Cold had retired and the Attitude Era was done. Yeah, I for the most I stuck around for a couple of years after WCW was bought, and then I was done. I was done after that. So, you know, probably around the same time you bailed out. Do you still have any of your old comic books? No. No. My ex-wife convinced me to sell them. I had multiple long boxes and I sold them at a flea market to a vendor for $175 because she said that she needed that space and that, you know, I wasn't buying new ones anymore. I never went out there and looked at them or, you know, anything like that. They were just sitting there stacked several layers high in a closet and were just taking up space. And so she kept nagging at me until I agreed to go sell them, and I sold all of them for $175. And that was around 2003, somewhere around in there. It was the year 8th was born. Have you seen the video where Matt Hardy live calls Lita during a live interview and confronts her about her? No, I haven't seen that. Still bitter about that, is he? Or is that a really, really old video? Pain. I'm in so much pain. Hurt, 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 hurt. I wish they would just bring back WCW and use it as an Attitude Era show to bring guys like me back into it. I don't. They're chasing a younger audience that isn't going to give a crap about WCW. And even then, it would only be WCW in name only because it's, you know, who are they going to put in it? No one on the current roster is going to want to be in that, so they'd have to hire a whole new series of wrestlers to do it. And they're not going to do that. Put too much of a strain on their developmental program. Old video. Okay. I can't believe they turned that whole scandal into a storyline. Vince was insane. When Brock retires, I'll have no interest in WWE anymore. I don't care about Brock. I do like Oba, but don't know if he'll stick around. I wish Nate... Yeah, I don't really care about any of the current wrestlers except for CM Punk. And I have a feeling he ain't going to be around much longer either. He ain't going to be around forever. He's not going to be someone that's still wrestling at like Flair's age. Absolutely, I miss old MTV. I loved MTV. I started watching it as soon as my dad got cable. In fact, I think the first music video I ever saw, it was either Video Killed the Radio Star or it was Def Leppard Rock of Ages. It was one of the two. I think it was Def Leppard Rock of Ages, though. So, you know, I was watching MTV for a long time. You know, I remember even before they had Dial MTV, which Dial MTV was super popular when I was in high school. Kids would dial in and vote for their favorite musicians. That pretty much died once grunge hit. Because by the time grunge hit, you know, kids were all dialing in. That's just commercial and lame and blah, blah, blah. You know, don't disturb me while I'm picking out my new flannel shirt, you know. Another thing about the Attitude Era is that it had the Hardcore Championship, yeah. CM Punk and Randy Orton. John Cena retired, so I quit WWE. Well, now you've got AJ Styles that retired, which I was never a huge AJ Styles fan, but I respected his work and respected him because he was a Southern wrestler. So, you know. There are no current superstars, in my opinion. They tried to make Cody one. I don't know if it worked. I would say that Punk qualifies as a superstar. Did you see Flair's last match? Yeah, it was pathetic. He almost died in the ring. AJ Styles retired from WWE, but rumor has it that he's doing his official retirement tour on TNA once his WWE contractual obligate. Well, that would make sense since that's where his career really took off, was in TNA. Sunday Night Heat was on MTV. Yes, say his name and he appears. I never thought of anything of him as a wrestler, but I will say that I find Danhausen to be hilarious. I think he's funny as hell. I just don't think he's worth a crap as a wrestler. Same thing with Orange Julius or whatever his name was. What was that guy's name? No, Orange Julius was a mall restaurant. Who's that guy that wrestled with his hands in his jeans pockets? Tangerine Dream. What? Orange Cassidy. That's what it was. Orange Cassidy. He's funny, but he can't wrestle for shit. Cody Rhodes is too boring on the mic. Well, he's all right when he's in his heel mode, but when he's doing babyface, he is kind of bland. Punk and Randy, yeah, but they're from the 2000s. Oh yeah, there's no current generation superstars. There's just not. The closest thing to that would be really Rhea Ripley, in my opinion. As a kid, there was a time I wanted to be a wrestler and I wanted to be the hardcore champion and wrestle in a Hell in a Cell. I had a friend that wrestled in an indie league in Jacksonville, Florida, that tried to talk me into trying out because he thought I'd make for a good indie wrestler or at least a manager. And I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'll watch from the sidelines. I mean, I do agree. I probably would have made a great manager, but not a wrestler. Even when I was not in bad shape, I didn't have the cardio to be a wrestler. Roman Reigns is also from the previous generation of stars, not current. Roman's been around for a while. He's not current gen. He's last gen. I miss the Legion of Doom. Well, they're dead. I'm sorry. Who was that lame team that was on WWE maybe 5-6 years ago that were like a rip off of the Legion of Doom, but they were like scrawny? You remember who I'm talking about? They were so lame. The most likable heel was Big Boss Man. Big Boss Man was funny. The crap that he did to the Big Show, I loved it. It's hilarious. I saw the Big Boss Man live. He wrestled the night that me and my dad were there for Saturday night's main event. And that was my dad. We were sitting there, and we were sitting at an angle that where when Big Boss Man did the big boot, we were at an angle to where he was facing us, and the guy came off the ropes and came towards him, and he put that big boot up, and you could see that the boot was like just went up over his shoulder to the left of his face. And my dad was like, "See that? He didn't even really kick him. This shit is fake." Like he had to convince anybody, I still don't know why Triple H keeps pushing Gunther as the guy that retires wrestlers. Because he's a guy that's easy to hate. They're building him up towards something. I don't know what. Because I don't watch it enough to be able to make any predictions. Maybe in another lifetime you went head-to-head with Jim Cornette. I like Jim Cornette. He's fun. He's funny to listen to. Ultimate Warrior was always my number one. Wow, but he couldn't wrestle, man. He could not wrestle at all. I know he did face from on and off in the late 80s and early 90s. Yeah. We got about 30 minutes left, folks. 30 minutes left. Oh, I'm hurting. I'm so in pain, so in pain. It really hurts a lot. That was Connor and Victor, the Ascension. Yeah, they sucked. They sucked. Oh, I loved the Acolyte Protection Agency. They were great. Ron Simmons. Damn! Damn! Didn't 8-Bit Eric wrestle? 8-Bit Eric still wrestles. He recently swapped indie wrestling companies down there in San Antonio. He's with a new one now. But yeah, he wrestles. Did you like the Headbangers? I thought they were pretty good. I never got into the Headbangers. Never got into them. Never got into Draws. The one that got D'Lo Brown broke his neck or whatever. I was never into Batista as a wrestler. I've enjoyed him more as an actor than I ever enjoyed him as a wrestler. He was roided out all to hell too. Did you like Mark Henry? Yes, I liked Mark Henry. I didn't care for the whole sexual chocolate thing. I know other people thought it was hilarious. I never did care for it, especially the Mae Young stuff. That just... No. No, no, no. No Mae Young. No Mae Young. I was also glad I got to see the Dudley Boys before I started. I loved the Dudley Boys. I especially liked how every time Devon took a bad hit, that he'd have a seizure in the middle of the ring. I loved it. I loved that. Every time he took a hard bump, he would act like he was having an epileptic seizure in the ring. It cracked me up every time he did it. I was like, wow, oversell. You're pulling a little bit of, Shawn Michaels versus Hogan there. Goldberg. Goldberg was kind of like Ultimate Warrior, really. Run in, pull 3 moves, run out. But he was fun to watch for the 30 seconds he was in the ring. Because you believed that he could destroy anybody in the locker room in 30 seconds because of who he was. It was the same thing with Ultimate Warrior in some ways, but Goldberg was more convincing because not only was he ripped, but he was also legitimately intimidating as a human being. You believed he could murder anyone in the ring. And all that would be left was a stain. Who was your favorite Mick Foley character? Mankind. Were you a Macho Man fan? Yes, I was. Ooh, yeah. I love the Macho Man. However, he did not love me very much. I met him in a gas station outside of Tampa. And this was when he was still feuding with Hulk Hogan. The WCW was long gone. And he was still feuding with Hulk Hogan. And he had put out a rap album that was basically all about trolling Hulk Hogan. And I ran into him at a gas station. And I said, hey, Randy, how's it going? Oh, yeah, I was doing it. And I was like, how's that rap album selling? He's like, go fuck yourself, man. And he walked out. He walked out and left me. Told me to F off and walked out. That was my one brush with Macho Man fame. Have you or anyone you know ever had a seizure? I've never had a seizure. I knew a girl who had seizures. And I've told that story before. I'm not going to repeat it, though. It's too long of a story to do tonight. I have a cousin who has seizures. But and his mother was epileptic. I am not. Junkyard Dog. Yeah, him too. We already got Prime Goldberg versus Prime Brock Lesnar at that WrestleMania, and everyone hated it because both of them were leaving the company, and so everyone was like, you sold out, you sold out. Don't take it personal. Macho Man was probably cooked out of his mind when you made it. Probably so. Because this was during the whole Gorgeous George thing, but WCW was over. But Gorgeous George was still hanging around him. Or or maybe WCW wasn't over, but Macho Man wasn't showing up on it anymore. But yeah, it was during that whole time where Hogan was showing up on the Bubba the Love Sponge show all the time, and Macho Man put out his rap album. It was whenever that was. That's when it happened. What was that tag team in the 80s? Guys that would move their arms up and down when they came out to the ring. Originally, they were called the Sheep Herders. When they were in the WWE, they were called the Bushwhackers. They were from like Australia / New Zealand. I think one of them was Australian and one was New Zealand or something. Or maybe they were both from New Zealand. I don't remember. But yeah. Luke and one of them was Luke, and I don't remember the other one. I have had many of them. 7th, trust me, you don't want to have one. Oh, seizures. Yeah. Never had a seizure. Fortunate for that. Fortunate for that. I did have a Chihuahua that had seizures a lot. That was terrifying, and it also meant that he only lived to be 16 because the seizure medicine made him fat, which caused him to eventually develop a collapsed trachea, and he was too old to have surgery to correct the collapsed trachea, and so he had to be put to sleep. Of course, by then, he wasn't my dog. He had become my mom's dog. And so I only got to see him when I'd go visit my mom when she was still around. Yep, so that's them. They were funny. Yeah, they were the ones that would like eat raw sardines before coming out of the match and only had 2 or 3 teeth, and they'd rub your face in their armpits and all that, lick your face and all that stuff. Yeah. Luke and Butch. Yeah, Luke and Butch. I can remember the original Royal Rumble. It wasn't even a pay-per-view. You didn't have to pay to watch it. It was just on USA Network. Man, y'all talking about pizza earlier. Now I could go for some pizza. But I don't want to spend pizza money. I don't even want to spend Taco Bell money. Everything's, used to, it's like nowadays, the value menus at Taco Bell are like $10 a piece. And so it's $20 plus tax for me and Eighth to eat there. When used to, it was like $7. It costs like $14 for the two of us to eat there. Now it gets, by the time we get everything that we want, it's like $30 every time we go to frickin' Taco Bell. It's crazy. Have you seen the discourse on Twitter about Triple H's career? A lot of people are saying he was pushed because he was dating. Well, that's true. He got to where he is because, he married the boss's daughter. It's not because he was some kind of a genius at booking or he was some great wrestler. And the only time that he was ever really over, that was mainly because of his connections to Shawn Michaels. Being the sidekick to Shawn Michaels into Generation X is what made him popular as a wrestler. That's undeniable. He wasn't crap before Generation X. Steve Austin, yeah. I've always just ate at home. Me and my cast iron have been through a lot. I get that. Subway is $25 per sub here now. Whatever happened to $5 foot long? Instead of pizza, how about a gyro or a calzone? I could go for that. Triple H wouldn't be where he is today if it wasn't for Stephanie McMahon spreading like cream cheese. Yep. Yep. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. I never. Stephanie McMahon as an on screen personality has always annoyed me. She just irritates me. I don't like her. I mean, I've watched some like off script interviews with her where it's just her and she's not playing her character, and she seems sweet enough. But the way she conducted herself on camera, I know that's the point. You're not supposed to like her, but I didn't like her in a gosh, she's annoying. I wish she'd just shut up and get off the screen. Not like, oh, she makes me hate her so much. No, it's just, she was, to me, she was the wrestling equivalent of nails down a chalkboard. Shane was all right. I don't think he was as great as everyone tried to make him out to be, but he was all right. Do you use fast food apps? No, I do not. I miss McDonald's dollar menu. I used to live for the dollar menu. Like I'd go there and buy like uh, 5 cheeseburgers and a fry. So I would have like this massive meal for $6, and I could eat that and not be hungry for the rest of the day. Can't do that no more. You can make a killer deep dish pizza in a cat. Well, I've got pizza in the fridge. I've got DiGiorno's in the fridge. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like, ordering the New Yorker from Pizza Hut type of deal. In the alternate universe, the late Test would have probably been WWE's Booker. Oh, Lord. Lordy, 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 lordy. For the last 11 years, almost now, I either eat at home or go get it and eat at home because of my gut problem. The last time I ate out at a restaurant was with my buddy Brian for my birthday at Logan's Steakhouse. I love Logan's Steakhouse. Um, I don't really go out to eat that much anymore because of how expensive it is. And if I do go out to eat, I don't really experiment that much. I mean, I haven't had like good Texas barbecue since I moved here. Eighth has, but I haven't. Eighth goes out with his friends and he experiments. He tries new places. I don't go out that much because I'm a hermit. But when I do go out, I usually want to go to like Logan Steakhouse, Texas Roadhouse, Cracker Barrel, IHOP, maybe. If there was a Waffle House around here, I'd probably go to a Waffle House. Get me some eggs and some scattered, smothered, and covered. Mostly my family makes our own dough. My mom uses honey in the dough to make the yeast cream. I don't know how I feel about this God of War Metroidvania, if I'm being honest. You're not liking it, Eighth? I'll say one thing, Eighth. I don't. I know it's supposed. You were saying it feels more like a Soulsvania, but it really doesn't have enough save spots. I found like 2 save spots through the whole map so far, and that's just not enough because it causes way too much backtracking. Say what you want about uh, Symphony of the Night, but it had decently spaced out and numerous save spots. This one, I've already opened up a wide section of the map, 2 saves, one on one side of town and one on the other side of town. Last time I ate it, remember testing the yeah. Last time I ate at McDonald's was December 5th, 2023. I only did it because I was too depressed to make anything because I just put my dog down. Never fun. Never fun. Make more of your food from scratch. I'm type 2 and my food is just better made at the house. The last time I ate out was either at a Cracker Barrel or Chinese food called Golden Dragon Buffet. I like Chinese food, but I don't trust their buffets. I want it made to order because I have no idea how long it sat there. The last time I went to McDonald's, McChickens were $1 each. Now, if I want a chicken sandwich that isn't the size of a baby fist, it's like $20. Yeah, yeah. Cracker Barrel got on my bad side a decade ago when they got rid of the onion rings. What was that? You remember? Have y'all ever been to Outback? And got the bloomin' onion? God, I used to love the bloomin' onion. I think they should have gone with classic Kratos instead of a young Kratos. Yeah, I think a Metroidvania where you were using the Blades of Chaos or whatnot would have been fun. Sure. Because, I mean, the controls feel tight and everything, but I'm not sure how I feel about the spear and, you know, having to hold down one of the trigger buttons to do a jump and square power attack and stuff. I'm not sure I'm digging some of the control scheme. I mean, controls wise, it feels tight, but you know, oh, you want to do a ground pound? Okay, hold down R1, then hit X to jump, and then hit square. I don't feel like that's really necessary in a 2D game. So I'm not sure. I don't know. I want the new God of War game, but unless they make a physical version, then yeah, I want a physical version because $29.99 for a digital game is too much, if you ask me. Last time I ate at Cracker Barrel was because Dad and I couldn't find a Texas Roadhouse coming back from our trip in Gettysburg. Only found it after we ate. I like Cracker Barrel. I like it for breakfast or dinner. I grew up with Cracker Barrel. Magic powers. You know, the Cracker Barrel was like, we didn't go there. We didn't go there that often locally, but whenever we go on a road trip, Cracker Barrel was one of the places we always ate. My dad loved Cracker Barrel. Another place we liked to eat when we'd go on vacation in Florida was Sonny's Barbecue. My dad loved Sonny's Barbecue because they had all you could eat fries and ribs, and my dad could put away a lot of fries and ribs. Me and my ex-wife ate it at Sonny's a lot because they were all over Florida when we were living there and had 8th. And so we ate at Sonny's on a regular basis. They don't have Sonny's here in Texas. There's too many homegrown barbecue places around here. They wouldn't be able to maintain business. Let's see here. The Chinese buffet I'm talking about has some pretty good ribs. Trust me, you wouldn't care how long it was there. I can make really good onion rings. Stingy ones that melt in your mouth. Did you mean stringy ones? What did you think? I've never had stingy onion rings. I'll have to try that. Are stingy onion rings good? What do you think about that chicken game they showed at the state of... That was weird. I don't know. I don't know about that one. So far, all the regions have between 2 and 4 save points each, and it wants you to be using the power moves to recover health because enemies are supposed to drop more health if you kill them that way. Yeah, but that involves having to hold down a trigger button and do attack every time. And that to me, that's a little annoying. At least the game says that's how it's worked. Not my... Yeah, I know. It says that's how you're supposed to recover your health, but they barely give you any. They give you just like a little bit when you do it that way. And plus, if you're having to hold down your trigger to attack, it feels like that makes it harder for you to dodge or parry attacks. It feels like that it doesn't give you equivalent iframes when you're holding down the trigger to try to do that special attack thing to get the health. That if you're trying to do that, it doesn't give you a good cancel to hit, L1 to parry. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think it's negative review bad. No, it's not DBTS, but it has issues. I don't think it's a bad game. I just haven't really been hooked yet. I have some issues with the control scheme, but I enjoyed, for the most part, what I played of it yesterday. I haven't played it at all today. That being said, folks, we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes left. 10 minutes. Yeah! And I won't be able to monetize this stream because earlier I said the F word. Yeah! Good watching you tonight, 7th, but I got to hit the hay. I usher at my church in the morning. Hey, good on you. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, peace be with you, 7th. You have a good night. Amen. Amen. When I was a senior in high school, there was a kid that would sit in the back of my earth sciences class, and he would just randomly, Amen. He used to piss that science teacher off. Her name was Miss Gunnan, and he would be doing that, Amen. And then there'd be another guy on the other side of the class. He'd be, there's a lot of love in this room. And then there was a black dude that sat next to me, and he would be doing like Cajun Man from Saturday Night Live, you know, Miss Gunn prostitution. And so the whole class was just full of people trolling her every day. And, you know, I liked her. She was sweet as could be. She was a younger teacher. Easy on the eyes, redhead. But, you know, everyone just got a piece of her every day, you know. Amen. Just made me think of that. The meal I mainly eat is just risotto. I make it with chicken, capers, red bell peppers, mushrooms, zucchini, garlic, dill weed, Italian seasoning, Mediterranean salt, and lemon juice. Yeah, that's way more effort than I would ever put into fixing something for myself. I'm like, if I'm really hungry, I'll whip up a sandwich kind of guy. You know, I would never even get close to that. And for another reason, I hate mushrooms. Can't stand mushrooms. Mushrooms are like my kryptonite, right alongside seafood. Those are two things I can't stand: seafood and shrooms. Oh, my back. Oh, God. Good God. I don't like the flavor or the texture of mushrooms. It's like eating old tire rubber. It's like taking a bite out of a rubber duck. No, that's not Dragon Quest. Good God, son. That's Battlestar Galactica. Dragon Quest is that's totally different than come on, man. Battlestar Galactica. Gosh. And you call yourself a nerd. I prefer my women in the 5 foot even to 5'4" range. I stretched it a bit with 8's mom. She was 5'6". So I was like 2 inches taller than her. She was like right here on me. But I prefer like the 5'4" to 5 even. The second Mrs. 7th, Sarah, she was 5 foot even. She was like right here. Yeah. You sound like Peter Griffin when you do that. Yeah, it's intentional. Because I like the four Peters. That was one of my favorite things on Family Guy were the four Peters. Remember how popular ding fries are done was? I work at Burger King. I make vegan brothers. I wear paper hats. Would you like an apple pie with that? Would you like an apple pie with that? Ding, fries are done. Ding, fries are done. Ding, fries are done. Ding, fries are done. I gotta run. I gotta run. I gotta run. I got. You remember that? Yeah. Dim were the days. We were easily entertained back then. You know, we went from ding fries are done to 6 or 7. It would just seem weird to see a 6'6" dude walking with a 5'7" or a 5'4" because it looks like a dad walking his daughter. I don't know. There are some women in that height range that love guys that are over 6 feet. Whatever. Whatever. Have you watched the movie Begonia? No. You miss Ed, Ed, and Eddie? Never watched it. A little past my time. What does a 6'7" meme actually mean? That kids that are mentally deficient are easily amused. You know, I've seen memes that were like, you know, kids are so dumb. They like that 6 or 7 stuff. And then it says, you know, what we liked at my age, and it's cornholio. But you know what? You know, cornholio isn't a kid just grinning at you going, 6 or 7. You know, cornholio was actually a character that had a plot. 6 or 7. Just meme stupidity. The gist of it is that you're not supposed to get it. It's dumb for the sake of being dumb. I know it's a reference to some sports guy at some level, and it just kind of took off on its own, but it's still stupid. Besides, I look like a Terminator. Scares them away. A guy in an interview was asking his height. He said 6'6", 6'7", a song referenced that. Then people spam quoted it. That's it. It means nothing. Yeah. Jackass was fun too. Jackass is still fun. That being said, I cannot believe that Johnny Knoxville is making another one. He must have ran through all that money. My favorite Cornholio episode is the one where he gets deported. I haven't seen any of this stuff in a long time. Long time. Two minutes, folks. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Do you think they will censor the sex mini games in the God of War? I would be surprised if they're even in it at all. Honestly. Hard to see it without Ryan Dunn. Ryan Dunn hasn't been in it for a while on account of him being deceased. Yes, there is a Jackass 5 coming. Johnny Knoxville announced it a few weeks back. And Bam Margera is coming back, but he won't be doing any new stunts. He's just basically going to be showing up to watch other people do stuff, and it's going to include clips of some of his old stuff that was maybe never used, you know, so it's like B-roll, but he's given them permission to do it. But, you know, he's not going to be doing any stunts himself. No new ones. Now Sony needs to bring back Siphon Filter. They need to bring back Siphon Filter. They need to bring back SOCOM for the frag heads. There's so many good IP they could be using that's just sitting collecting dust. It's crazy. Have you known any kid from your generation that were eating Tide Pods or riding a skateboard tied to a car? Kid died from that. No one in my generation were eating Tide Pods. Now, we did have kids who would like hold on to the back of a car while on their skateboard, Marty McFly style, but not tied to the back of a car, no. But a car going slowly through a neighborhood or a town and like skating up on them and just holding on to the side of it, yes. Ape Escape. I was never a big fan of Ape Escape. That wasn't my thing. All right, well, it's 10:16, and I'm gonna get off here, guys. I'm hurting bad. Uh, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then I'm gonna lay down. But I hope everybody had fun. I appreciate everybody that donated. Brother Natural, Black Cadillac, of course, QB, uh, Ace of Horns, everyone who showed up and donated. Really appreciate you. Uh, all of once I eventually get it, it'll all go towards buying more games for reviews. I know I owe you the AVGN video. I know I owe you the Ninja Game video. I'm working on them. Hopefully, I'll get them both done tomorrow if possible. But at least the AVGN video, and hopefully that'll go live Monday or Tuesday. Anyway, I will see y'all next week. Hopefully, as barring any disasters. Or am I on call next week? I don't know. We'll try to work around it either way. Be thinking about what you want to talk about.